Right. So yeah, we're gonna get started here. Using, I believe it's ground fir with the 100 hook and a strong line at 1650 depth. So because we have the Skullkua quest, we're gonna finish this because we already got 2 out of 3, so might as well. And then we'll go turn in, which should also give us the, we'll see what the daily quest is. I have to turn up my audio a little bit because I've been using my headphones, but if I use my headphones for too long, I'll actually get a bit of a headache, so. So yeah, hopefully everyone's week went well. Looking forward to the weekend. Unless you work on the weekend, and then the weekday, technically, for you. Yeah, I can't hear very well. No. Normally I do a combination of looking for the rod and hearing at the same time, but I'm gonna have to change the audio after this, which should be pretty quick. It's fine. See, that made me. I mean, I could technically just reel it in and cast again, but I'm too stubborn for that, I guess. But yeah, I lucked out because I took the doggo for a walk early because we had a high chance of rain. So it just started sprinkling as we were pretty much turning the corner of the block. So we got in without much trouble. But when I got back from my grocery stuff, it's pouring outside. There we go. But it's not bad for temperature, so it's not too bad. And that's a stick. So we're pretty much on the bottom. If we do that here, then we'll try one more. If we can't catch it from here, we'll have to go to the other one. Good news is, too, other than some other paperwork and the meetings I have to do, my next week for studio work is looking on the lighter side, so I might be able to swing some extra work. Probably gonna do it on the model, because the goal is to redo all the weight painting. Because for some reason the skeleton is not quite correctly aligning. I'm not sure why. When I was in school, we did a bit of Blender work, but not too much. It was mostly like our first year and introduction program. That is a fish, not a twig, probably. Hopefully it fights more than once. Yeah, there you go. So I'm not amazing at it, but I know the basics of Blender. Both in sculpting, just flat out vertice editing, or, you know, weight painting. We also did some animation and stuff with it. Like just frame by frame key animation, pretty much. That was kind of fun. We also did explore a bit with lighting and camera work, but we did most of that in, what was it called? I think it used to be called Dimensions, but they changed the name of it. Oh, I can't recall now. Oh, 3D Stager, I think it was. It used to be called Dimensions. That thing was an intense program, though. Now, I didn't have the same computer I have right now, which is better, but I had a pretty decent computer before, for the time anyway. But it struggled running that. Although, to be fair, it brought like raw files in, so we had to make a model and then kind of edit the surrounding environment to make a scene for it. But by the time we had all the assets in and stuff, we were working with like 15 million polygons. It was disgusting. Especially in a higher, I'll say, I guess, question mark, ending higher end program. So the quality is obviously really good. Oh, hold on a sec. Hold on. What is going on? For some, it looks like the camera loses tracking for some reason. Let's see. Does that work? Okay. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. I'll pay attention to it. I can look around again. And we got a tiny little Trudas. I'm also looking to expand the audio album a little bit. But it's a bit more difficult when you're trying to find, like, I guess if you want to call it open source, you can call it that, but free license music. Because I want to be careful about that kind of stuff. Okay. They're taking a while to bite. Oh. Let's see. You're teasing me at this point. Sorry, someone sent me a message at the same time here from work, so I'm just looking at it at the same time, but keeping my finger on the trigger, so to speak. That was not it. There we go. Yeah, because we're looking at getting someone in the studio because we don't have a VFX person or a primary animator yet. So we've been putting out feelers, so to speak, about someone we can grab here. Oh, that's not bad. Trudas. 1 second. Sec. Okay, sorry about that. Awesome. Let's get going. So hopefully we should have enough stuff still. 24 bait, that we should be able to catch it. Because I think it was was it 1 in 13 that we got last time? Because I think it was 26, if I'm remembering correctly. Or it might have been 12. It might have been 24 bait we used to get 2. Trying to remember. Yeah, unfortunately, even though I'm not technically working right now, I do respond out of hours technically. Oh, there we go. Oops. I still caught it. I let go. At the wrong time of my mouse. All right. So we should expect around 12 misses per catch here. Now, to be fair, we could have been lucky previously and got 2 much closer together, but maybe we should do that at some point, is like go for certain fish, do a data pull of like 100 bait, and just kind of try and see the averages out of 100. Some fish are pretty rare though, so honestly 100 might be too small of a size, but I think we can get a relatively good option from that. Technically you could do that with 50 as well and just multiply it by 2, but again, the larger sample size is generally always better. Let's see. Guard joining us for a sec. Trying to see what else. There we go. I have responded to my messages. But yeah, I mean, VFX is kind of the thing we've been looking for. But the artist, or sorry, the animator is probably our most important thing, because again, we are on the smaller side, so a lot of people do multiple positions of work. So our 2D artist has been kind of working in the keyframe section to do some of our basic animation for the project. And she's been doing a pretty good job for not having done it very much before, other than in school a couple years ago. But I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I don't think she enjoys it as much as just doing the 2D art, so. So. It's the way it seems, anyway. Plus, having someone dedicated to work on the animation's awesome, because there's quite a few things we need. So I'm really hoping we can find someone sooner than later. That is a chunky herb. We're not bottoming out either, so. I mean, technically we got a legendary catch for Herb and Canna. So unless it's another legendary catch, I don't think there's going to be one that comes close. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming the legendary catches bump it above a certain threshold. So our biggest herb was like 4,200 grams. Let's see here. What have you got for me? Another herb. Okay. Oh, the camera's doing it again. I wonder why. That's weird. Might have to try and tweak some camera settings, because that's not good. Get that little bit of a uncanny valley look to it. There we go. It is a small one. Oh, we also sent in the report yesterday. Noble was kind enough to do it for me because I didn't really have the time. But, what does legendary catch mean? So, what sometimes, I don't know the specific mechanics behind where it chooses it, but it's either when you trigger a legendary catch, or maybe if you catch over a certain weight capacity of a fish, it'll actually show up in your UI as legendary catch. which generally means it's like one of the best ones you can pull. So most of our herb are generally around, I mean, of the larger ones are between 3,000, 3,800, somewhere around there. But our legendary catch was almost, it was just shy of 4,200 grams. Same thing with Canna, which was the other one that we got, which was almost 5,000 grams. Definitely not the biggest thing you can catch, but for the fish species or species of whatever, the legendary catch is always generally the highest. Are there any achievements or anything useful about legendary catches other than being bigger? I don't think so. I think it's more just bragging rights. Like, in the Discord, for example, there's like a specific channel they have there for catch of the day, and people post all their legendary catches and stuff that they get there. So it's more just bragging rights, plus technically more gram of fish means you get more material out of it. So there is that too. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Again, I'm not sure on the specific mechanics behind it, but we've never caught something over legendary catch of that species. So that's what my assumption is. I don't even know if they've ever publicly said what it is. I could take a look after this catch. So now I'm interested too. Because for me, like, my thing is kind of like, it's a shiny Pokemon, pretty much. That's cool. I caught a legendary blue squid once. I forgot the name. Oh, blue squirts, I think, right? Something like that. I think that's the one off the top of my head. But yeah, the legendary catches I always in my brain just saw as like a shiny Pokemon, pretty much, of it's a rare catch, hence legendary catch. But technically, I don't think it gives you any benefit. One thing I keep asking, I will always ask for, especially for the fishing people, is if there was a metric in the character information of the largest fish you catch. Just like a metric in-game to actually see. Because right now I'm keeping track of all of mine, but I'm doing it like in a notepad on my other screen. So, yeah. It was blue squirt. Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Like, more statistics about it? Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't necessarily need to be of the level of... Hello, flying soldier. You know, what bait, what hook, etc. But just the biggest caught in grams or something like that. Or even the smallest. Because we've caught in some weird tiny ones. Like in double-digit grams, which is hilarious. Which, I guess I could choose that metric. Because then we can see, like, the total range that they can be as well. It's not a bad idea. Like, look at this little guy. Okay, you know what? I'll do it. Let's do... I'll probably only update the date on the largest one. But I will put the smallest one we catch next to them. That way we can find out the range that they can be caught at as well. Are you an avid fisherman? I have been recently. There is other things in the game I enjoy doing, and I want to do, but I definitely have been enjoying fishing. Our build is not based on fishing, but fishing is one of the things in it, I guess I should say. Mostly because we're also doing cooking and alchemy, and scales and obviously fish meat can be used in a lot of that, so it kind of just works alongside it as well. But I definitely enjoy it. I got brought over here by Squirrely. We started in Fabernham, went to Tindrum for a little bit during the Christmas event where they were doing the silver boxes. And then we went down to Meduli for Sea-Doo and leveling alchemy a bit. And then after that, he brought us over here, and we've been here for a while. What guild are you part of? I'm not part of one right now. No particular reason. Not really avoiding them per se, but maybe in the future. I'm just not sure a lot of the guild politics yet. I played the first Mortal for a bit. I had a blacksmith character. But I haven't played as much of Mortal 2 yet. So I'm getting back into it, obviously. I mean, we've played it pretty much every weekend, but... or every Friday, I should say, not weekend. Before the weekend. But, yeah. And thanks for the follow, Carbon. I appreciate it. Squirrely is a legend. Great for the community. So is your stream. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. The apprentice has become the master. I would not call myself a master yet. There is still a lot of information that I go to in the Discord to find stuff, but I have tried my best to start like keeping track of all my stuff. So, for example, I have a fishing sheet of all the things we've caught, and currently all of the largest grams and the dates we've caught them on. But we're now going to probably start keeping track of the smallest catch as well, just to see like what the total range you can catch them in is. More just information, but... And then I have another sheet that I've been putting together on pretty much an Excel sheet that kind of has all of our information for what the fish are, the hook sizes, the baits, and the depth, and if there's any other like details. Most of that information is not my own on the Excel sheet. That's information I've kind of picked up from the Reddit, Squirrely's Discord, the forums, and a couple other places, so yeah. Mini guilds can be a bit too much if you just want to chill. Yeah. Like, our goal for the character in the beginning, and still is to kind of do like this like wandering healer kind of style. We have ecumenical for healing stuff. We have elementalism for like support buff, and honestly I just want to make it snow so we have the weather control. Also temperature affects fishing for a lot of like specific fish, so that's also helpful for temperature. We have taming, so that if we ever have an issue for mounts, we can either trade, tame our own, that kind of stuff. And then alchemy and cooking are the last two. And obviously we have fishing, which is part of those that kind of lead into it as well. So the goal is to kind of do like the wandering healer, hermit healer kind of character. It's what we did in a lot of the towns to start with, was because I understand why, but it sucks that you can't sell food after you've crafted it. Which I guess is probably just a way of gauging 1861 grams. Like they don't have a way of defining how much it'll be worth based on its property. But so what we ended up doing is in the different towns where people were doing duels, we would heal them after the duels, whoever lost, obviously, and then we'd give them food that we cooked so that they could regenerate their, reserves up. And a lot of people really enjoyed that because then they can, like, they're there to duel other people. So getting back in the duel that much faster is always nice for them. So plus we were leveling cooking and healing at the same time, so I couldn't complain about it. I also do eventually want to try doing some of the new content, but I'm not exactly sure when or how. But we'll see. You start making food, you'll be rich. Yeah. Well, we were doing hot food. We were doing like some soups and stuff. I can't remember all of them, but we were also experimenting a lot with alchemy stuff. We've been getting tips and stuff from people, which I'm totally fine with. But the one thing I've tried to avoid is like the giant pre-done spreadsheet of everything, because I kind of like the experimental part. So, that's why I've not gone, like, I know there's a specific alchemy Discord that's famous for it. I don't know if it's Chosen's, I think it's Chosen's. I can't remember. But, like, they have a spreadsheet that has, like, everything except, like, the expensive recipes that they're trying to keep to themselves. Like, trade secrets, pretty much. Which is fair enough. But... again, I've been trying to avoid that because I like the experimentation. Fishing is a bit different just because there's so many hyper-specific things. Oh. That might be it, actually. It's a bit on the lighter side. It could be a turtle. If it's a Skullkua, generally it goes down to our knuckle. I mean, it could be either a smaller one. It could be a ray of some kind. We've caught a couple sand rays. But I think also a silk ray. I went to Dominate to try and get a bug friend. Yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to know too, is we haven't gotten a I haven't gotten a concrete answer just because people didn't know when I was asking. But the larva that you can get from the event, does it matter if you need, like, do you need domination, do you need taming, or is it just like if you raise it, it's yours automatically? Because someone also had mentioned, I think last week, that they were tradable, but they weren't sure if it was intended or not. I'm not sure on that end. Because it would be interesting to see the different combinations and stuff they have. Hey, there you go. Our last Skullkua. Awesome. And let's go take a look now. We can go check and see what the daily is. Oh, I don't know. I assume Dominate. So that's what I was thinking, right? Is I assume Dominate because it would generally be perceived as a monster, right? Which is generally Dominate's purview, I guess. But the difference in that is that you are raising it. So are they allowing taming as well from like a... You are raising it, you could call it imprinting or something, right? Based off the creature. So that's why I wasn't sure. Because to me, it would kind of suck if it was only Dominate. From my point of view, just because it's obviously I'm taming. But if it's like a rare event reward, pretty much, I think it's the... Whatever the Broodmothers are called. I don't know if they're called Broodmother, but... So it would suck if you acquired one, kept it fed and that kind of thing, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can't. It's gone now. So that's why I wasn't sure how they handled it yet. I wonder what the daily is. Hopefully it's something simpler, but rarely is. Also, I've noticed the flashing has been happening a lot. Oh my goodness. They fixed the waterfall, but then the buildings broke. The waterfall over there used to look like it was made of glass, and they fixed that now. It looks nice, but now we're having the building flashes. Okay, so we can get the gherkin. And then... we seem to be missing a fishing vendor. What? I'm not going crazy. The fishing vendor is normally here, right? Oh my goodness. Well, let's go deposit our stuff really quick. He didn't, like, teleport or something behind? No. The fishing vendors are bugged everywhere. Oh. So, there was a daily quest for Kelp Dragon twice, but you couldn't fish Kelp Dragon, and now that they fixed Kelp Dragons, we can't get quests? Oh, that's funny. A pain in the butt a little bit, but maybe intentional, not a bug. Okay, so let me see really quick. Let me see. I don't see anything in the Reddit about it. Is it like only on the Discord? Let's see. Let's see. I mean, they could have only posted it there. Let me see. Mortal. I do have to mute it because I am going to get pings forever. Let's see. So someone's asking if there's an official statement about the vendors being gone. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything new about it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you can point me to somewhere that has it specifically, I'll take a look, but unfortunately, I don't see a way or any updates on it, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay. Well, that's... I guess unfortunate is the right word here. Oh, that means I can't even turn in my fishing quest. Yeah. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, he's even frustrated. So what, we had 20 something? So yeah, it was about 1 in 12 for the Skull Kua. Good to know. Oops, that's the wrong one. Hard out here for a fisherman? Yeah, no kidding, right? Delete the vendor, yeah. Just gone. Oof. What the heck do we do then? Let me see, I'm looking at my list here. I mean, we need lake, but we need LTS bait for it. And we need blue Sorix for LTS, but we don't have a lot of blue. Oh, we have a decent amount of blue. And this one's caught with lake worm or rice. 555 depth. Oh yeah, I mean we can try going for some blue Sorix. Which we have a absolute ton of rice for. Bring 50. We need 5 size hook, I think. Yep, 5 hook. Actually, apparently lake is better bait. So let's bring 50 grams of that. And then 5. Okay. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, actually, I need to grab some silver coins while we're here. I need to buy more dial for Charlie here. Let's grab like almost 60. I think that gets us a decent amount. All right. Well, I guess we're just fishing for bait and for sell at this point then. I wonder how long that'll be, because that really sucks. Like, that's like 5,000 silver a day that I can't get. That's rough. Also gotta keep an eye out for Gherkin now. I like this one. Perch. Ding, ding, ding. There's another one. Awesome. Hey, Grim. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Was that you I just saw there at the bank? Oh. Charlie getting stuck on everything. Yeah, I wonder, one, why, but also, two, for how long. Because that's a bit of a problem. Oh. I see another one over here? I don't, so I'm going to go this way. So I saw a wayward gherkin down here. I'm in Toxia, if so? Yep. Alright, well, let's go turn this in right away then. We ought to earn some coins from somewhere, I suppose. The one thing that would suck is if they get rid of the current ongoing quests when they re-enable the vendor. Because it took us quite a bit to get the Skull Kua, which is a bit unfortunate. So doing one of the Gherkin quests gives us enough silver pretty much for feeding our horse for a day. I'm just gonna go drop off the tokens and stuff while we're right here. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna need that many. Gherkin we can put in here. Opulin, there we go. Awesome. Now we're on our way. All right. I love how they just like sprint at like several kilometers an hour just to come to a relaxed stop. I don't see any more gherkin right around here, but it's more just for passively finding them as we do like this. Thank you. Awesome. I'm surprised that they haven't said anything about it either, because I looked on the Reddit itself and their Discord and I can't find anything about it. There's a couple people that have mentioned it, that one person was confused saying, where the heck are they? And then there was another person saying, have they made an official statement on it? But no one replied to them. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Excuse me. I require some of your finest style, please. We got like 61. Perfect. Awesome. Now horse will be happy for a while. Charlie's happy, I'm happy. This is our third one right away. I won't go back and get another one, but the great thing is they spawn so close to here. They're all at the convention in okay, the vendors. Yes, the person in the Discord had hold on, let me grab it again. Hold on. Oh, I think it was in Squirrelies. Where is it? Oh, okay. So one of the people from the Discord, not the Mortal Online Discord, but Squirrelies, the GMs have been contacted They said, thank you for contacting Star Vault support. GM, I'm not going to say who it is just in case because it is through Whisper here. I'm afraid they're currently disabled and the devs are working on it. My apologies. So that's the information. That's it. And that was on oh wow, they've been out since the 1st. Oh, that sucks. Wonder why. So we're at 555, so we can definitely fish from the one over here. Actually, you know what? We don't need to be inside for this because it is lake. So we can park ourselves right here. Thank you, Charlie. Actually, let's check. Does he need some sustenance first? Yep. And we'll head over to our spot here. All right. So we're looking at 555, not 55. Here we go. So lake is our bait, hook size 5 and a strong line. Awesome. All right. This should be deep enough we don't have to worry about it bottoming out anywhere. Yeah, someone had mentioned earlier that like all of the vendors just went to Sweden. Taking a vacation. Oh. Now the only thing is I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a lot of herb by doing this. But that's okay. I also think this is light enough I technically don't have to brace, but I generally do just out of habit. But I'm pretty sure with a strong line, you can... I think you can reel without holding as long as it's below like the center white dot, if I recall. But obviously you need to be using the strong line. The one thing I haven't checked yet is like the Star Vault forum to see if they have a post there about it. Because yeah, that's really unfortunate. Sure it is. Trying to think. I guess honestly just fishing for this guy. For Blue Sorex is probably the best thing we can make use of our time without the daily quests. Or any quests, I guess. Because we can, one, use them for other baits if we want to. But we can also sell them. Because one of our reasons for coming here, obviously, was, one, to level fishing and our scale lore and stuff like that. For alchemy and crafting and stuff like that. But it was also to buy the elementalism stuff here. And they also had some skill books here that we wanted to grab from the broker. But I haven't checked the broker in a bit. It's been a while, so their selection might have changed. So we have to take a look at that probably too. Because we also have to get advanced creature control. I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy it up here or go down to get it, but not sure yet. Because it wasn't too much purchasing it up here. Talk to your brokers bare bones normally. Yeah, for any of the vendor stuff, unless it's something specific that they have here, I generally just walk up to Morincur to get. The only thing with that is two out of the like 4 times I've gone there, I've been attacked by bears. So it's been a bit interesting. Oh, that might be. But yeah, Toxia is kind of rough. Definitely a lot of fishing supplies, though. But yeah, from my understanding, a lot of people don't come to Toxia for like trade and stuff because of the way the terrain is around here. If I remember correctly, it's hard to get in and out because there's only like 1 or 2 ways in or out of the mountain range that you can get through. And I'm pretty sure that's why. So I've seen a lot of people do like transport runs pretty much, but they have to do the full weather cycle. So they'll bring the storm, like the full-on storm weather pattern out with the elementals and magic to be able to cover themselves as they travel. Which is a pretty good idea. So, but especially if you're doing like larger hauls of resources. Now, to be fair though, that was the last time I saw that was like back in January or February. So that could have changed, especially with the new reordering of the areas in this update. I don't know how the guild kind of, how they're currently set up in the locations. So, because I think it was, oh, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Carnimata was north of here. And the only reason I know them is, one, people had mentioned that they're a combat guild, so, you know, or PK guild, so stay away as much as possible. But the only time I've died here in Toxia was to one of them. We were doing Sea-Doo along the coast here for one of the gathering quests. And he killed me and the horse, unfortunately. And was like, this is our Sea-Doo. This is our land. But it was really funny because then we had another guy, I don't remember what his name, Black Ranger, Dark Ranger, or something like that. And it was a guy in like full black armor and riding a horse. And I told him about it, and I was like, hey, because I didn't know who he was, so I was like, hey, just so you know, there's guys out here killing, so just be careful. He's like, it won't be a problem for long. And then just left in the direction he was, and I've never seen either of them again. I don't know what happened to that man, but it probably wasn't good. It's like, yes, I've met with, you know, the rider death. He was on a black horse instead of a pale one, but, you know, we'll overlook that. The RP makes this game. Oh, it's great. It's awesome. But then you also get the people where it's like, I mean, even like, it's probably more famous in like D&D and stuff like that, but it's like the murder hobo, where it's like, I kill everything. Why do you do this? Because it's what my character would do. Right? Oh, 804. Lots of murder hobos immortal. Yep. It's funny though. Yeah. I mean, I don't take too badly of it. Like, a lot of people warn me about that. Like, oh, you're going to die a lot. I'm like, yeah, I expect that. But my experience so far has been more positive. Like, I think I've only died to players twice. One killed me outside of Meduli when we were on a quest. I think it's for the mountain lions or cougars. I can't remember which one it is. And this one here. My entire time through Fabernum, Tindrum, and then again, most of my time in Meduli, people have been really nice. So it's really, really good to see. There's also the people that just want to murder everything they see, which fair enough. But, you know, luckily we haven't come across that too much. Yeah, it's not that bad. I usually make it around the map without dying. Yeah. Like, obviously, you know, even though I hope we're generally on friendly terms with everyone we meet, you can't really expect it. So, you know, you still got to be cautious. Like, while we're traveling, make sure your mount isn't burnt out of stamina. Make sure you're checking behind you and your corners and stuff like that. Especially when you're leaving town, to make sure there's no one following you, that kind of stuff. But other than that, as much as I keep it up just to be sure, we've never had any problems with it. It also helps that, you know, just me, I prefer being friendly with people, so it's why I want to try and find a title that fits like more of a healer kind of character, because we don't really have one yet. Because that's what we're trying to do, right? It's like the kind of the wandering healer, the hermit healer kind of. Did we hit bottom with this? Yeah, we hit stick. All right. Need to go a little further. So there's that too. Also getting beast mastery, even with no levels, you can use a horse spur on extra stamina. Yes. I think we actually have that. I'll double check after this. But we were using bears and wolves earlier on to do fighting. We just don't have any here because we haven't had the need to. I have a couple in the Meduli stables, I think, still. And I might have some animals in Fabernum still. I can't remember. Yeah, after this I'll check. I know we definitely have Beast Mastery on there. The animals that were kind of suggested to me most for at the time, to be fair, things might have changed, but I think they were Olva, White Olva specifically. Ones from northern side of the map. Because they're pretty hardy, they can carry a lot, and they're kind of just pretty well balanced between health and stamina. Molva, yes, thank you. Especially doing kind of the wander healing style. It was suggested because, one, they have enough health to, you know, possibly get out of a fight, but they have enough stamina still to be able to run for a decent amount of time. Plus, with the carrying capacity increase to carry our stuff. Obviously, we don't want to carry too much with us because of, well, you know, the whole murder thing. But, you know, the good old adage of, like, I don't know, Albion Online, even back to, like, EVE Online and RuneScape. Don't equip what you can't afford to replace. So honestly, that's what we're doing here for the most part, too, is partly we're obviously leveling up our lore for scales and other things as well for cooking. But we're also trying to earn enough money to get the skill books and stuff like that from Morinker. So even though it is kind of like we're just kind of hanging out while fishing, at the same time, it is progressing us. Although a lot slower because I can't turn in or get my new daily quest because the vendors aren't here. And I'm interested to find out why they're removed. Because they did say, the GM said that they were removed. And the dev team was looking into it. So to me, that doesn't mean like, hey, there's a glitch or a bug and they're gone. Removed is like someone took them out, right? So I wonder if it was like someone edited something in the map and the code or something and it just wiped them out of existence. Who knows? Or if it's there was a really bad bug that they found, so they just cut off the ability to use them or spawn them. I have no idea. That's the thing I can think of off the top of my head. The two most likely scenarios, but who knows? You could also have just one of the dev team that really hates fishermen, or, you know, dislikes the playstyle. They're like, hey, I'm gonna delete their vendor. I doubt that that's what happens, but it would be funny. The fisherman vendetta. We would need our own V for Vendetta character. But instead of the black robes, it's just the fishing scale gear. Oh, that would be funny. Oh yeah, that's the thing too, is now that we've had more time with it, I'm interested to hear the opinions on the combat system update with all of the skills and stuff. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of skill points to go into skills. Most of, because we're kind of really short, but a lot of people have been saying fishing's been broken since the patch. Catch rates or catch pulls that were said to have been messed up. I haven't tested this, but we were able to catch blood kua, no problem. Yeah, so we caught blood kua last week, and we finished it earlier because we caught 3. The only one that was bugged for us that we kind of got confirmation of was kelp dragon, which was a pain in the butt because the daily quest at the time was for kelp dragon. So we were trying to catch it for a long time. I don't know about the others. We've caught moon cup, blackcraft, blue squid, or blue squirt, sorry. We've caught ventriosus. We caught a huge silk ray last week. 34,000 grams, pretty much. Skull kua. We caught crystalla so far. I'm just trying to see what else. Yeah, we've caught pretty much everything except for the kelp dragon. The other one that we haven't been able to catch some of is I don't think we've caught blue sorks yet, which is what we're trying to do right now. I have no idea if it's bugged though. We haven't caught it yet. Dang, yeah. Yeah, the funniest part about that silk ray though, it wasn't a legendary catch. Oh, that's what I forgot. One sec. I meant to do this. Skills. So domestication. Yeah, we have beast mastery at 85 right now. So taming 77, creature control 100. We don't have herding or advanced creature control. Those are 2 books that we're trying to get right now. And then we have mammal influence, mostly because we were doing, again, the cats, the cougars or mountain lions, whatever they were, and then we were using bears for a little bit. But this will probably be changed a bit once, because we're trying to go for the Mulva. We do need to de-level range and melee combat a little bit for some of these to get our skill points back, because we're going to need them, because our builds are really tight. But I also didn't bring mastery, like the constellation, whatever you want to call it, into account yet, because I wasn't super familiar with it. So I didn't want to rely on it, because I didn't want to bottleneck. Like, if we were trying to go for something, for I'll just use this as an example, this is not actually true, but like, for example, if we had enough skill points to bring, you know, animal care up and domestication up, but we needed creature control and like both of them in order to get the pet that we wanted, but we couldn't have enough skill points until the mastery system, we'd be locked out until then. So that's why I didn't want to consider that until afterward. So everything I have currently set up in the Mortal Data build is set up for 0 mastery. So once we get mastery, we'll be able to add some extra in, which there's a couple things I'm interested in doing. Probably archery a little bit, so that we can actually use some of the combat abilities. Mostly force arrow and retreat are nice, because I'm not much for combat. So if I'm in combat, I'm trying to get away from combat, which force arrow for knocking enemies away, and jumping backward for retreat, you know, probably will be handy. Most of the shared abilities would be helpful for us. Empower, not really. Amplify helps with healing, movement speed, handy. Mana regeneration is obviously great. Health regen, great. We don't really use stamina too much, so invigorate's not really a priority. Ward and brace are great if we get into a situation where we're taking damage, right? So if you're taking physical damage from arrows or from a melee target, brace is good. If you're versing a mage, ward is awesome. And poise, I don't recall if this works while mounted. I don't know if it's knockdown resistance while you are on the like your own feet, or if this will affect the mount. I don't know yet. If it's on a mount as well, that's great. We'll generally be mounted, so that would be awesome. Rewarding catches, yeah. For ray fishing, yeah. Yeah, funny enough, most of our ray catches have been accidental while fishing for other things. Generally, like Skullkua, or like some of the deeper depth stuff, like 2500 for Labrum, or like 3000 for Crystula. Things like that. That's where we've generally caught them, or when we were going for like the Hammer Creft, the Black Creft, and the Cuprum Creft. We caught a lot of turtles and rays. I just like catching the rays because they're always smiling at me. The snack that smiles back. Not goldfish in this case. Ugh. The other thing too is we haven't really done a lot of breakdown yet, or disassembly of the fish. Oh my goodness, that is tiny. Tiny little Drudus. I gotta remember I need to charge it a bit more, or else we're gonna be too close to bottom. There we go. Yeah, for some reason, the bones in the... I don't know if it's the software, though. But for some reason, when I look to my right, I'm fine. If I look to my left, it looks up. So it might be the weight painting caught something. I don't think it did, but I'll have to check it afterward. So it could just be the program. So that's just pulling from like a older webcam, so. Although I guess they do specifically say the tracking gets better if it can link to your shoulders as well. But they don't have a more vertical camera layout. And I am definitely not rich enough to have any sort of full motion tracking. Although I have done motion tracking animation before, and that was fun. That is a super tiny can of holy cow. 176. Yeah, I don't remember the specific suit. There's... Oh my goodness. The name is escaping my brain. Hold on. Let me look. I'm looking it up. My brain is too frustrated to remember. A mocap suit. Yeah, just the general ones. But there's some other ones that came out because we do some motion tracking for game development for studio-wise. But we generally use like a white point system, not like a full mocap suit. But like there have been some that hit the market recently that we are watching. We don't know, like we don't have a ton of reference for them because they are rather new. But like I think the biggest one that was announced a couple years ago now was like the Tesla suit, but there's also more like indie and small studio focused ones that have come out for a lot less price. There was a couple that we were looking in, like I wanted to look into, but they're still a little spicy on the wallet size. Like one of the lower cost ones, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Rococo. They had one that was interesting. I'm also really sad because I've been trying to get the VR set up, but because of the new headset from Valve coming out soon, they stopped production on all of their base stations. So I can't actually order an extra base station to replace the ones that they broke in the move. When I was moving, unfortunately the movers dropped one of my packages and it got broken. But like if you look online, people are selling them now for like almost $400 because they're not producing them anymore, and it really sucks. Because I wanted to get back into it. Imagine we could fish in VR as well. It'd be interesting to see if there's any things like that. Like, I know... I think Cyberpunk has, like, a custom modding project that allows you to play it in VR. But again, that's private. Like, or not private, but that's like a fan project, pretty much. It's not part of the game. So I don't think they would allow that kind of thing in Mortal. Because it does, I think, require some code injection. And in a multiplayer game, that might be a problem. Which is hilarious. Like, yesterday when we were playing Dead by Daylight, we came across a guy that was speed hacking. And it wasn't like it wasn't obvious. We're talking about, like, he was flying around at Mach speed in front of us. And they use easy anti-cheat. But I don't know. We didn't hit bottom or anything. This is taking a while. As I say that, then they start biting. Or nibbling, I guess I should say. So it's like, is easy anti-cheat worth it at that point? For all of the extra install space and, you know, processing lag and stuff like that that it causes? Because our project is running through the education sector, so we have to have specific, like, safeguards in place because it has a lot of data storage. But the heck is it? Network layer, not app stuff. Easy anti-cheat only detects app stuff and layer. Oh, okay. Like, for people... Sorry, what do you mean? Like this? Or... Because, like, what I was meaning before was that if we could... If there was a mod that allowed you to play it in VR. But that is code-based. But in Dead by Daylight, I'm pretty sure that's app stuff as well. Because they're not, like... They're not lag switching or anything like that. They were literally just maxing out movement speed to, like... If I had to guess, it would be like 2000%. So, generally the game should detect that. Which I'm kind of surprised it doesn't. Because you can set safeguards in place that the game will flag certain situations of where a player has over the maximum, like... possible movement speed, things like that. But yeah, you've seen speed hacks in DayZ. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Don't understand why they don't have some sort of check to see pause. Yeah, exactly. Well, I know some games have it where there's a vertical checks and movement speed checks. So if someone's flying, then they'll know, because it's like you're hovering like 300 feet in the air. What's going on? But I guess it depends if they actually code it into the game or not. I mean, it could be like a server check, because then it could flag it that way, but I don't know. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to back-end stuff. I generally, well, I do a lot of different tasks, but generally my main role is game design. But I know a little about a lot. But yeah, like we did, I was more focused on like tech art stuff when I was in school, but my memory loss kind of had a bit of a kick in there. Same with physical memory. So even though I didn't mind programming, I think I had the hardest time with it because I just couldn't remember everything. So like, for example, if you tell me to program in a spawn system from scratch, I don't think I could get it 100% working without bugs. But if someone says, hey, I have a spawning script here, can you come look it over? I can go and understand the code, if that makes sense. And then I can find bugs in the code if they want me to check it. Like, hey, this isn't working, can you come see why? Right? I can do that. But I couldn't do it from scratch. It's almost like a short circuit. What's the best thing? Like writer's block almost. Or painter's block. But I generally like game design and stuff like that. I do miss doing more in-engine stuff. Like, we did a lot of animation, 3D modeling work, level design, stuff like that, but, yeah. The game is only as good as the compounding effect of unaddressed bugs. Yep. I mean, it's weird, because some bugs are actually hilarious. Like, in Warframe, there's a bug that's been in the game for years, but the devs don't want to remove it. One of the heavy weapons, that's a hammer, for some reason bugged, and you can use great sword skins on it. And when you put a certain skin on it, I think it's the Galatine, I can't remember, Galatine Prime is what I used it on normally, but it just makes it blows the proportions up for no apparent reason. Like, we're talking anime level gut swords. Like, you can hide your character behind it level. And it was just so funny they left it in the game. Because so many people liked it. Now, should you do that with all your bugs? Probably not. But, like, it was interesting. I was watching, well, that's smaller. 619, I think. 619? 619. I think it was Jabbo I was watching earlier, where he went back and was playing Fallout 76 again. And they had a good enough time in it now that they're considering going to actually play it more. They're like, you know, I don't hate this enough to uninstall it. That's a good sign. Although, for me, the only bugs that really aggravate me are, like, player loss things. Like, if there's a bug and your account got reset, I would be pretty livid. But if there's random things in the game, or crashes can be annoying, obviously. But, like in Dead by Daylight, the zero terror radius bug when they first launched the Walking Dead stuff. I ended up having fun because, again, I also do some quality assurance testing for the studio. Again, we're a smaller studio, so everyone takes on a couple roles pretty much. But I like QA testing. I used to do it when I was younger too. Like, the first game I ever QA tested was, I think it was Battlefield Bad Company. And we were doing QA testing for multiplayer mode. So they needed more testers for that. We didn't hit bottom or anything, no? Oh, okay. Because I like fixing things. I've always been someone that likes fixing things, repairing it, to people's detriment, taking things apart to find out how they work. I had a lot of toys when I was younger that got taken apart. Had a lot of fun in that game. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh man. I still remember the first time destructive buildings were fun. Yeah. Well, I'm so sad that Battlefield kind of, for the most part, got rid of a lot of the big level changes. I can't remember what they called them. Levolutions or something like that. Because that was fun too. But yeah, there was also an older version of it. Like, I think the first Battlefield I played was like Battlefield Modern Combat. And that was such a fun game. Because it was the one where you were playing the game, but you had multiple soldiers on your team, and you could do the hot swap between the different soldiers. So if you were if you were a soldier, a tank showed up, you would hot swap over to your engineer to get the rocket launcher out. Things like that. I think that was 360. Xbox 360 I played that on. I can't remember. It's been a long time. I still have it here though. I wasn't able to save a lot of things from when I was growing up, but my games and books, I've tried my best. Care system and moving a lot never ends well for trying to keep things intact. A lot of nibbles, but I'm like tempted to recast. I'll wait a little longer. I also want to check the bait. But yeah, no, it was fun. I liked, in Battlefield anyway, I enjoyed doing sniping, because in those games, you could still kill someone with one shot, with especially the higher caliber rifles, if you were accurate. So like neck and above would do it, or center torso, I think. But the thing I really liked about that game was the bullet drop and the bullet fly time. I love doing long range prediction shots, because it's like, okay, I think it's around, because it was before they had like the laser designator and stuff for telling you how, or the rangefinder. So you didn't quite know, so you had to like guess visually and then adjust the in your scope pins or whatever you were using, depending on your scope, to like, oh, I think it should be about this far down. And then, but you also had to lead your target if they were moving. So leading your target and doing a bullet drop elevation adjustment and landing those shots was so nice. It felt so good. Like, it's like some of the other Call of Duty games, like doing like cross map throwing knife ricochets or something like that. I never really played a ton of the newer Call of Duties, but yeah. Agreed, bullet drop was awesome. Yeah. Definitely enjoyed it. Oh, and then there's one of my instructors knew this game when I was in school, and we talked about it a lot. Does anyone remember Chrome Hounds? Because it was a game that was made by From Software that almost no one remembers. but it was so much fun. It was essentially a mecha game, but it was a more realistic take, quote unquote realistic. They still looked weird as like, because they were just funky looking, but it was like more realistic feeling movement controls based off of the legs you had equipped. You know, tires and wheeled ones are way more mobile, but are extremely light, don't have a lot of health, that kind of thing. And there were some crazy builds that I used because I like playing artillery or a scout. So in order to actually have minimap or clearance of minimap, you actually needed a teammate that had radar setups, but you had to be within range. So sometimes you would want more than one. So if you have someone that's doing artillery with like a siege cannon or something, like the battleship cannons, you would actually want a network relay between the players to give them actual like visual knowledge of the map and stuff. It was really fun. It also had this it's kind of like a simple clan v clan type deal. I think it was closer to faction control, but there was like a real game map of the world pretty much, and you could control different sectors, and based on which ones you controlled, you got extra resources and stuff at the end of matches and at the end of seasons, which is more common nowadays, but for the time when it came out, and until it got shut down, it was quite fun. There was someone that was trying to make kind of a remake of Chrome Hounds, but a new game. But unfortunately, I don't know where it's at. It's been years and I've heard nothing. So I'm assuming it's either a dead project or abandonware, which sucks, but you know. Another game that I played a lot, which died way before its time, was Firefall. That was a good one. It was like a MMO style game. Probably it had graphics a little closer to like what was it? Not Wildfire. I can't remember the name. WildStar. That's the name. But the main resource generation and stuff in the game for crafting and all this other stuff, it was crafting focused. You crafted the gear, the abilities, everything else you equip in your gear, that kind of stuff. Kind of Albion Online-ish, but not exactly. You used to call down these massive like mining devices called thumpers, and essentially based on the thumper you had, because there was different sizes and different rarities, some gave bonuses for different things, it would start, well, thumping, and it's mining into the ground, but it's bringing up like, not Alien as in Alien the movie, but I guess closer to like Defiance kind of looking aliens. And based on the size of the thumper and how many people were around gathering the resources, it got harder and harder until if you had enough people, it would basically be like a public raid trying to protect this thumper against the waves. But I don't remember exactly what happened, but the information I received last was someone within the company. Again, I don't recall exactly, so when I say this, pinch of salt. But wait, what? I thought that was a bite. Like the CEO took their money that was like the studio's money and left, or something like that. So they ended up having to close. So that sucked, because I'm pretty sure the game would have lived for quite a bit longer if that didn't happen. What other really unique games were there? Perpetuum. Yeah, the speech to text is never going to get that right. It was like a resource extraction mech game, but it was way more hardcore, I would say. Like, we're talking like ground-based, but like close to like EVE Online level of extraction, mining, refining, and then crafting and blueprinting. But instead of like people, you were mechs. And there was different factions, different bonuses, all this other stuff, and it was really fun. I think there's still a private server for Perpetuum that you can play on. I haven't looked at it in a while, though. Oh, but yeah, sorry, that's what I was asking before. I'm interested to see what people like or dislike about the new combat ability system in this, in Mortal. Because so far I've heard mostly positive things. Some people I've heard not so great things, but because they wanted to keep it more, quote, in their words, more realistic, so they don't like the ability clicking. They would like to actually do it. But more people have said they like it because, one, apparently, I haven't been in combat, so this is going off of what other people said, it's helped stop a lot of the spin blocking, I prefer to call it the Beyblading. But because I haven't really used any of the abilities or experimented with them yet, I'm not too sure. Alright, we are over in Cucumbered here. Let's go store our stuff in Charlie. Hey there, buddy. So we need the lake. Toss that. Okay, so we can put the coins in there too. And then we'll give him some dial. There you go. Awesome. All right. Yeah, like, now that you were mentioning that, like, someone had mentioned earlier that apparently a couple of them might be bugged, I'm worried that this is one of them. Because we haven't caught any blue Sorix yet. And 5 hook, 555 depth, lake in ocean is the best. Yeah. Which is a bit unfortunate that we haven't caught any yet. Oh, that's what I was doing. There we go. Also, I should try and look at them eventually too. Because I'm not sure how quickly you actually earn the adrenaline system points yet. In Toxia, we don't really have a lot of people dueling outside right now. So I don't get to see how often they're in use. I mean, we're getting a lot of Canna, though. Although it doesn't really help us much. They're not on the list of my fish for resources. Mostly it's lake for the leptoid scales. Okay. Let's see here. I have to click off the game for a sec, but as I know as soon as I click, it's gonna have a catch. There we go. What's the rarest fish in the game to catch? There are unconfirmed reports that there is a fish that no one's been able to catch so far. I don't know if that's true, but if it is true, I would say that one. Other than that, I'll look at my list after this. 1 sec. I gotta look because I can't remember the names of everything off the top of my head. I know there's fish that it can only be caught in certain lakes and stuff in the mainland areas. So there's those ones. I can't remember which ones they are, though. There are also... It's also unsure in the sense of... oops. Let me just back up a bit from the edge here. Like, there are certain fish that are harder to catch during certain weather patterns and temperature, as well as they can only be caught during certain times of day. So if you're taking those into account, that cuts a lot of things out too. I think the hardest thing for us to catch so far... well, some people don't, like, we don't have any information yet on fish called quet, raitu, copperfish. There's Timingula, which can only be caught in the jungle ocean, apparently, using white rabbit feet. I don't know much information about that one, even on the online stuff here. As far as here, again, there's also some regional one, like scarlet wormster can only be caught in jungle lakes, I think. But in general, I would say maybe some of the creft or the crabs. The only other one I can think of off the top of my head is like the boarfish, because that can only be caught in Sausage Lake, I think. Kelp dragons, actually, I've caught in more than some of the crefts and other ones, so... Because the thing about kelp dragon is they can be caught, like, in any ocean, apparently. They can be caught in any ocean, Sausage Lake, or the Kantari River. And they have a decently high catch rate using LTS at 555 depth. But you do want to be around 50% of the floor depth, so you got to find the right spot. And thanks for the follow, Hyper. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Kelp is easy in the right spots. Yeah, like, for example, kelp dragon in here or out here we've been able to find pretty easily. Obviously, not right now, because, you know, when it was bugged, but haven't caught creft in a long time. Yeah. The other thing, too, about creft is they are generally very deep. Like, hammer creft and cuprum are around 3,000. They can only be caught at dawn, They're also bottom feeders, so you need to detect how deep you currently are. So there's that too. So you have to kind of make adjustments so it can take a bit to get set up. But it's also, their bait is not the cheapest either. Like, both of them I think use blue Sorex as bait. But they can only be caught between midnight and 6 a.m. They put more into fishing than most fishing games. It's true, right? Only a short window to catch them, yeah. And that's the thing too, which sucks, is like for quests. Like if there's quests for Black, Cuprum, or Hammercraft, or any, well, not just those, but I suppose any of the time restricted ones, if you don't catch enough in a single day, like between midnight and 6 a.m., you don't get the quick completion rewards. Because by the time the next day will roll around, it'll be gone. Don't do craft tasks unless you're planning to stay online all day after work. Yeah, exactly. It's true. I generally don't, if I had more time, I probably would be doing more, but like I generally get up early and then I stream and then I work. It's kind of the opposite, actually. So I generally get up around 4-ish. Then I take our precious doggo out. We walk for a bit. Then if there's anything else I need to get done in the morning, I generally do that. And then I stream until 11 o'clock normally, barring any work changes for meetings, and then I'm at work after that. But I can't complain too much, so it works with my relatively with my schedule anyway. It was actually the opposite before. I used to stream at night, but my work hours got kind of flipped around, so I ended up having to change the schedule because of that, which sucks. I really like sticking to schedules, especially with like streaming and stuff, obviously, but unfortunately they pay my rent and my food, so you have to have work priority on that. Imagine needing to pay for food to live. I wish I could go back to the free trial. I want my free level 18 and below trial back, please. Although kind of, I think I was like bugged because my free trial ended at like level 7. But yeah, no, like the fishing in this game is really nice. I do enjoy it. There are other things I want to do. I don't think I could do fishing forever, but I do enjoy it enough that even when we travel around, I'll probably still be fishing. When you blow up on here, just get one of those pre-made meal companies to sponsor you. That would be nice. I guess it depends on what they are, though. I am someone that does not like being dishonest, and I'm pretty blunt about it when it comes to those sorts of things, so, you know, I might not be the best one to read the script. I only eat X, Y, or Z from now on. It is the best thing since eating. If they want honest opinions, though, I am more than happy to do that. doing QA work, I've gotten very good at writing reports when it comes to good things and bad things, or even suggestions. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's a little heavier. Not a ton, but a bit. Oh, I also appreciate the confidence that you believe I'll blow up. It's nice to hear. We'll see. That is the overall goal. But I also have a weird way of doing things, so not a lot of people always like it. Like, I have had people message me before about not getting angry at people that have killed me, like in Albion or something like that, back when I was playing Albion more. And it's like, well, I just don't see the point in getting mad about it. Well, they were cheating. Yeah, so I made fun of them a little bit and we reported them. And then they got banned. And then I got a custom email from the devs saying, hey, this person's been actioned against. Thank you for your report. And that's all the validation I need. I don't know. I find more in the issues I try and not necessarily make light of them, because that's not great. Like, for example, well, I guess Dead by Daylight is probably the best example right now as well. There's a lot of bugs going on. The bug, obviously, where there's no tear radius, or sorry, no chase, is pretty bad. Because there's a lot of perks in the game that require you to be in chase. Or when you leave chase, things like that. Survivor side too, but mostly killer side. And then there was the pig who could just kill people because the traps on their head don't deactivate when they attack them, because they're normally supposed to deactivate when you're in chase, but they would just follow you around until you died from your head exploding. So that's obviously not good. But just because we realize that it's a really bad bug doesn't mean we can't have fun with it. So we put together builds that could work without chase, or purposely worked out of chase. Things like that. Just trying to see what you can make out of the situation. Because for me anyway, it's like, it's not worth the energy being mad at, because I don't have the energy to be mad at it anyway. So why not try and like experiment or like figure out a way around it? Like, that's why I like experimenting with like alchemy and stuff like that in this game. Is like, oh, I like testing this. Like, what does this do? What does this do? Very exploratory, I guess. It's a better way of saying it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not sure why the tracking's been really weird today. They had an update, so I'm guessing that's what's why, but I'm gonna check the weight painting afterward. Yeah. Like, I guess this is kind of an example too right now. It's like, well, normally when I log on, we do the daily quests, and if we have enough time, we'll run through some other, you know, tasks that they'll give us. But it's bugged, right? Like, there's no vendors right now. Well, let's just earn first. Let's go fishing for bait fish then, right? Sometimes it's just as simple as that. Is like, just because the thing is not working, do you not play at all? Personally, I don't. It's almost like a vendetta. It's like, I don't want the bugs or the problems to ruin my fun, so let's find some other fun to have in it. You know what I mean? I just like being a little more on the chill side, you know, hanging out with people, playing the game, having fun. Whatever that fun may take form of, doesn't matter too much to me. It's part of the reason some people, I think it was on YouTube, there was a comment or something that said that they really dislike how I play Dead by Daylight. Because generally I will try and hook all 4 survivors twice. So they'll be on death hook. But then I'll generally let them leave. And they're like, oh, you're losing the game. You don't go for the 4 kills. Because if people don't know, generally killing all 4 survivors is seen as the best win. 3 kills and they escape through the hatch generally is still seen as a win, but not as favorable. To me, the point of playing it is one, for fun, for like how to play, but also the goal is to get blood points, which is your currency for unlocking things and leveling up your characters pretty much. So if I get a ton of blood points, I'm happy at the end of the day. If the survivors escape, they also get a massive boost to blood points. Like, it's a huge chunk if they escape successfully. So, for me, it doesn't matter. Now, I'm not saying I'm the best killer. There are definitely Survivor with Friends groups that I get absolutely stomped against. But I still have fun. And Wump, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Appreciate it. And welcome in. But yeah, like, again, the biggest example was the cheater yesterday. Using the speed hacks and stuff. Now, it was even funnier. Because we were playing Artist. And for the people that don't know, Artist is a killer in the game that uses essentially ink ravens or crows. She'll spawn them in and you can launch them in a vertical path forward. And if they hit the survivors, they'll swarm them with crows. Now, until they start swatting them away, you can see the aura of them wherever they go. Doesn't matter if they go behind a wall, downstairs, doesn't matter. So we see this guy speed hacking because he has the crows on him, but he's like twirling around the map at like Mach 5. And as soon as you see that, I think I mentioned it too, it's like, okay, you know, I'm not gonna be mad if we don't get any kills this game because someone's hacking, right? There are things in the game where it's like instant finish all the gens, instant escape, you know, whatever. And that's what he did at the end. But I don't know. I got more enjoyment about just the absolute silliness of it. I don't know. I don't see the need to cheat in games like that. Or in anything, really. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but have you ever been in a game that you've modded and then say you gave yourself all the money you needed to buy the gear you want? I don't know about you guys, but I feel really bored after that. Because anything else I find, one, wouldn't live up to it, and two, there's no like feeling of earning the money to begin with to get the items. So it's like there's no journey along the way. So it feels super underwhelming. And then it's like, I got the best legendary gear. Now what? Right? Now, to be fair, there's some things I don't mind about when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I know some people do modding in like No Man's Sky for resources and stuff like that because they just like building. They like building settlements, you know, designing it, making it look pretty. They're not really about the resource grind. And that is, even though you can interact with other people, it's more of a single player experience. So I don't mind that as much because it's like they're pretty much trying to do a creative mode. So what the heck was that? So that's a bit different. But if you're talking about, more economy focused stuff, or the worst offender would be in a multiplayer game like an MMO, because then you're impacting other people's fun and experiences too, which is not great. Which is just, I don't know, it's one of the weird things for me too, is like how much resources anti-cheat systems take, but they never seem to catch them. Like, I don't know. I'm not very familiar, again, with coding and stuff like that on the end of back-end stuff or injection systems. Like, I know it, like, that was one of the biggest things that happened with the VR chat, right? Was when they introduced Easy Anti-Cheat, they banned all modded content, which was rough for a lot of people. Like, one of the biggest ones is that the devs ended up relying on mods for support. But yeah. I'm out. Thanks for the stream. Good luck with catching. Thank you, Carbon. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. And weekend as well. Thanks again. Where was I? Sorry. Oh, so they relied on the modded content for the game. So one of the biggest offenders was for people that were either deaf or hard of hearing. There was a mod that someone made where whenever people would move, or if objects were moved around, it would create essentially puddles, like just like the ripples that we see in the water here. So it would be kind of like, if you can envision it, like, Daredevil echolocation kind of thing. Solution, make it work. But yeah, so when they ended up bringing in Easy Anti-Cheat, it would auto detect if you had mods, because it was done through Melon Loader, which I believe is a code injector, if I understand how it works correctly. So you got a warning if you had any modded content, and your second offense would get you banned. Like, just straight up gone. And so many people were frustrated because a lot of people used mods in like their map creation and stuff like that too. So it was unfortunate, but I saw a lot of people leave. And it's sad also because I look back, like, I haven't been in VR chat for a while because, again, one of my base stations broke from the movers. That is that's the tiniest Trutus we've ever caught. 406. But it's one of those situations where you log into the game after a while and you see, the people you were playing with, and it's just offline for like 3,000 days. It was kind of the same experience because some of the avatars also used mods, so those were delisted or deleted flat out or marked as private. And then beyond that, any of the creator accounts that were a part of them were blocked as well. So and forgive my ignorance in this, but K-Lorn specifically, how does he make the game work? Because believe me, I wish to issue some requests for texture updates. Because I'm interested in how their system is set up. I guess it's a little weirder for me too. So, for those that don't know, if you ever went to like film school, for example, in this situation, they warn you that, like, it's half funny, half not, that you will not really enjoy movies as much as you do ever again, because it like really breaks the what's it called, like the disbelief factor. It's got a specific name, but I can't remember. Because you're working behind the scenes, you see the different things. So for example, for me, I see way more in my brain than someone might. I don't know. But I see the repeating texture right there where I'm pointing my rod. And it's like I can see the texture pattern as it repeats throughout that entire mountain. And again, it may just be the suspension of disbelief. That's the thing I'm thinking of, so. He was saying don't craft tasks. Oh, the craft task unless you're playing online. Quit work and just play. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I was talking about bugs, so in my brain, it's like, go make the game work, not make it your work. So I'm like, wait a minute. Is he responsible? Is he the one responsible for the fishing vendor not being here? Just make it work. Embrace the Bethesda. It just works. Work is overrated. I don't know. I like my work. Paying bills is different. Paying bills sucks. I watched, okay, this was meant to be a more of a comedic thing, but there was a skit someone put together. I don't remember if it was a Facebook video or YouTube or something, but it's like, I wish someone had told me that being an adult was waking up tired, going to work tired, coming home tired, and still not being able to sleep. But again, I'm pretty lucky and like I really enjoy my job, even though it can be a lot of work and it can be tiring. It's still fun. I enjoy the people I work with and stuff like that too. But again, I just like making things. Visionary sounds very self-flattering, but I like making the things that I'm thinking of a reality. And stories, like storytelling in general, and actually making games, especially things that you really enjoy in the past, but there isn't like one out there right now that kind of fills that niche, or even if you just really like a certain genre and want to make something for it, it's a path towards that. I can sleep at any time of the day, and I'm wide awake when I wake up, and at 2 a.m. when I'm trolling people playing this game. I actually saw a research study on that recently, where it's super rare that... So generally people are early wakers or night owls, and there's statistics proving it's extremely difficult to ever reverse that in a person. Like a night owl being a morning person. Like, they tried doing it for like years, but it wouldn't ingrain. Okay, so we can catch blue Sorex. It's just the first one of the stream. Okay. Awesome. We're in the right spot though. But there is a very rare percentage of the population that can have very little sleep. but still be fully functioning and like, I guess like healthy, right, with that low amount of sleep. Because like I could exist off 3 hours of sleep, but I would be miserable. Right? And then eventually it's obviously unhealthy, right? So, but yeah, I didn't realize it was that low of a percentage though. I think it's like 1 or 2% or something like that, or even below that. I can't remember exactly. It was like single digits or decimal point. I gotta look it up again. It was a while ago. But it was interesting to see how little people could actually fully change their scheduling. Like, even if you, for like 2 years, were working on a sleep schedule. And again, this is like statistic average too, like based off their findings. So like outliers may exist. So you could be one of them. Anyone watching, right? But statistically, I think it was 2 years or something like that. And while the people could get used to the schedule, they would never have like a full rested wake up and at the opposite of their, I guess, awakeness level. I don't know how you would want to put that. Innate. Although I never really looked into sleep patterns as much until I had to redo mine. Because for me, I always had things, like, especially when I was younger, like in my earlier years, it used to be, oh my goodness, that's tiny. Where I actually had to do 24-hour overnights to reset my sleep schedule a lot, because I have insomnia too. So not only is it harder for me to get to sleep, it's harder for me to stay asleep sometimes. It's been better in like the last 4 years or so, but still there a bit. So some of the time it would be like I would be sleeping occasionally from like 6 a.m. to like 2, and the rest would be my awake day. And then I would have to do like stay up for over 24 hours in order to be tired enough where I could go lay down at like 10 p.m. and immediately fall asleep. Because otherwise it would just like get worse. It's like my awakeness would like change through the day. So it's like one day my awakeness is from noon to 8. The next day it's like 1 to 9. And it would just rotate like that. It is better now. So what I ended up doing to help with this is I got one of the, technically it's an alarm clock, but it's a lamp as well. And what it does is it has the same type of light generation in color, but also in UV that the sun has. And because I go to bed earlier than normal, I actually have blackout curtains in my room too, because the light will keep me up, obviously. So what I ended up doing is getting this, and it's been really nice. Because what it will do is, it has an alarm built in, obviously, to wake you up at the designated time. But for, I think it's 30 minutes before, it will slowly cycle up the brightness of the lamp to a matching point of the time of day as you're waking up. So when it starts, it's really dim and it's a redder light, and it gets brighter and more into the yellow spectrum closer to your wake up time. And I did not know it would help as much as it has. it also kind of helps too, I think, because you're not getting blasted by like 0 to 100% lighting, like flipping on a light switch does. So it's more of a gentle wake up in the sense of, even though you have your eyes closed, right? Light still gets through. Like if you're just standing there and you close your eyes, generally you should see like either a darker brown or reddish color, because you're looking like the light's going through your skin and getting the color from like your blood, right? And skin. Well, technically everything in between. But the scaling factor of that reduces the shock, I guess. That's the best way of saying it. Like, me aside, like personally, I have I'm photophobic, which is weird because photophobic is the only one with phobic in the name where it's not a fear. But photosensitive is, it's someone being weird with naming conventions, probably. You know that there's some scientists that discover things and weird them namely on purpose. But one example of that would be the if you look up the word for the fear of long words. Yeah. I don't remember the title, but I know it's a long one. But so I don't remember exactly what it is. It's between the rods and cones and my retina. I generally have way too many in the nighttime spectrum. So light is extremely bright for me. Like if I'm not wearing sunglasses normally during the day, for example, I'm generally not squinting, but have my eyes more closed because of it. I look very, grumpy because I'm trying to avoid it. Just call me a vampire at that point. But yeah, I'm trying to think like the specific, because yeah, if I remember correctly, photophobic is where your body can't stand, for whatever reason, the bright light, but photosensitive is the opposite. That's the fear. Oh, there we go. I thought it was going to start pulling right away. It did not. I'm surprised we've only caught one blue sork so far. Lake is supposed to be the best bait for it unless something changed. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. We actually have some people coming in for advisory roles in the studio too, next week, I guess. But we're doing a preemptive meeting later today. We normally meet every Tuesday and Friday, but sometimes we have more meetings throughout the week. More like a sprint meeting. Oh, there you go. Second one. Awesome. What was I saying? Oh, but we're finalizing a bunch of work that we are currently doing, pretty much. And then this advisor's coming in to give us feedback on it. So we're really looking forward to seeing what they say. I'll tell you though, getting funding and setup for film and game development is rough. I don't know if it's just how we have things here in Canada. Might be different in other places around the world, but a lot of the funding setups here require you to earn money within 2 to 3 months of gaining investment stuff. And obviously with film and with game development, that does not work that way. most of it's set up for, like, if you're trying to open a restaurant, they will give you enough money to pay your first couple months of rent, your employees, your initial purchase of food, maybe your electrical and hydro kind of stuff, right? But that's about it, right? It's the startup specific funding. But with other things, film, again, being the bigger one, as well as game development, you don't see a dime until you finish the product and get it out. Unless you're doing, like, you know, crowdfunding, early access stuff or something like that, then you can get some funding earlier on before the product's released. But that is more difficult, especially nowadays where, you know, people are way more weary because they've been kind of screwed over a bit too often, right? Like, that's one of the sad parts, is like going through Steam and seeing how many games that I have that have just been abandoned pretty much. Because I remember that since the first game I think I purchased on Steam that was like that, which was Grav, like Grav. And then, unfortunately, it got abandoned right afterward. But, I mean, I think the worst offenders, at, like, it's different now, but No Man's Sky and, you know, Star Citizen, stuff like that really hit people hard when it comes to trusting crowdfunding sources and information from those. Which is unfortunate. It's kind of the situation of where the few ruin it for the many. Doom, doom, doom. So let's see what else. But yeah, so I don't know, again, I don't know what it's like in other countries, like even in the States or, you know, overseas. But here, it's a bit of a pain in the butt. But if you're ever looking to start a business in restaurants or something similar to that, or, you know, some sort of sales front, at least they have you covered. It's just unfortunate that for our particular field of study and work, it does not give us too much of a hand. See, still got a bit of time. This might be another one. Because I want to see how much bait we go through and how many we actually catch. Because I want to start including a catch rate statistic on our fishing. There you go, another blue one. 1507. I just want to see, what's the biggest one? Oh, our biggest one's way bigger. It's almost 2100. so that we can kind of gauge it. So, for example, if we do 100, we use 100 bait. How many out of that catch group was there? So I think for the Skullkua, as an example, we pretty much caught 1 out of every 12 baits we used. I think that's what it was. So I want to try and start recording information like that. I might have to make another Excel sheet for it, but or extend the one I currently have. Because I want to add it up. Because I haven't found anywhere that has a percentage, like, of catching. I know it can be difficult to do because certain areas might have different drop rates, so to say, or catch rates. But I want to try and see if we can at least make some metrics for here in Toxia. Like right now, we've been using Lake and we brought 50. So how many out of, I mean, out of the ones we've used so far, we've caught 3. So. Also, the good news is it running at only 555 centimeters. Our reel in time is pretty quick too, which is nice. That's the only thing that is rough when you're fishing for rarer fish, and generally they are deeper. Not always, but generally. The reel in time is so much longer. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But yeah, they've put so much detail into fishing. Like, one of the things I realized early on was that you can tell how soon you're gonna reel in by the gap of the line in your actual reel. What do you do with the fish? What's their purpose? So, a couple things. A lot of fish are used as bait for other fish, which is, I guess, your primary function. You can also butcher them for meat for cooking, but also their scales are used in a lot of crafting. I believe it's mostly armor crafting, but I could be wrong. I'm not very familiar with the crafting side of Mortal 2. But one of the better ones is from Lake, which I believe is leptoid scales. So generally it's more for the material of the fish or catching lower fish for higher end bait. So for example, right now we're trying to catch blue Sorex, not because we really want the blue Sorex, but it is great bait for other fish that we want. And to be fair, blue Sorex sells for a decent amount too, because people want to just buy it. They don't want to have to fish for the bait. So, crafting, alchemy, and cooking, technically. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if there's other uses for it. I mean, if you have meat or fish, I'm pretty sure if you feed them to tamed animals, they'll like it. If they coded bears not to like fish as food, I will be pretty sad. Right? So, if you're doing taming, if you're trying to pass the time, fishing might be good because then you can get food without having to buy it. Even something as simple as that. But yeah, from my understanding, it's mostly crafting, cooking, and alchemy. You can also, there's another thing you can do too, which is some people fish for nothing. Well, they fish for no fish. So if you run a specific setup near the bottom of wherever you're fishing, I believe it's generally in rivers, you can actually catch amulets and ring trinkets. And that's where a lot of them come from. I have seen people strictly try and do that. I haven't personally done it myself, but when we were fishing in the rivers, we've caught a decent amount of them. So there's that too. Is there food buff? That I don't know about. We haven't really done a lot of cooking experimentation yet. Most of it we did earlier was alchemy and finding out different recipes. From what I know, most of the experimenting that we did was augmenting the different supply replenishments that you get out of it. So, for example, if we cook something in the pan, I don't have my sheet in front of me, but I believe that if you cook them in the pan, you get more stamina food versus boiling it is more mana, I believe. Trinkets is 50 hook blue swords at the bottom. Oh, here. Okay, I didn't know about that. Because we were just using like the basic line, and we caught a bunch of them, I think, in the river when we were fishing in, like, near Fabernum. And in Tindrum, I think. I don't remember catching any in Meduli. But to be fair, we weren't really fishing for them. We caught a bunch of them, actually, where we took our screenshot of fishing in the forest between the meteors, which was hilarious. That still is probably one of my favorite screenshots from the game so far. But yeah, so as far as like specific food buffs that like apply to your character, I don't know. I know there is specific foods that can poison your character, so it can give you debuffs, but I'm not really sure on that. We haven't done a lot of our experimentation yet. Obviously, there's stuff in alchemy for that, but yeah. But yeah, apparently Cave Camp is one of the best for rings and amulets in the water. But yeah. No. Apparently, rings and amulets can be caught with anything below 100 size with no bait on the hook, but it has to be at the water floor. If the best one for it apparently is Cave Camp, because if you fish in the cave water with a 50 hook, it will only catch trinkets there because there's nothing else in the in that water that can bite a 50 hook with no bait. So that's cool. And thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Amaziki. I'm gonna call it that for now. But thank you, I appreciate that. Meduli is where the trinket mania began a couple years ago. A streamer got a silver ruby ring. Wow. Yeah, we caught some silver ones, but nothing super great. The only ones that were kind of good is what I currently have on, but they're not even activated yet. We haven't really touched trinkets or anything like that. Most of our money that we earned just went into the scrolls and the books for elementalism and the other skill books. Which is what we're doing now. But obviously, we're earning so much less money because the fishing vendor's gone. Which I still would love to know what happened. Because the GM's response was that the fishing vendors have been removed. And the dev team is looking into it. So again, removed to me means someone took them away. So, you know, the plot thickens in my brain. Who removed them? Why? How? What monster could have done such a thing? Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to use all of our guys here. Because I want to keep some blue Sorex, but I think blue Sorex is the bait for LTS, if I'm not mistaken. That's just a big old herb. Let me double check here. I think it is. Yeah, blue Sorex is the best bait for lesser Thalassus steak. That's a little too short, I think. Charge it a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, most of my time in Meduli, though, was healing people and giving them food during duels. And then running around grabbing Sea-Doo. And then doing the foraging quest on the North Mountain outside of the town. I don't remember the name of them. But it was where the cougars or mountain lions, whatever they're called, are there. Yeah, it's funny. The mountain lion, other than players, which has only been 2, but I died once from the cougars at the top of the hill. And the other time I died, well, actually, I think I died twice to them. I think there was 2 times that I died up there. And the other one was, there was a wolf that attacked. And then I started fighting him because one of the quests was to take on the wolves. And then 5 spawned in and immediately got aggroed and just nom-nommed my face. That was funny. Sad because we died, but it was funny. Because, you know, one-on-one versus a wolf, and then just like someone like blinked into existence and said, oh, here you go. I heard you would like more for your quest. Here's all 6 at once. I did see they reduced the spawn rate for some of the outlaws and bandits on the road encounters, though, which is nice. Because when we were traveling around Tindrim, I think, there were so many. I think I remember reading that in the, either one of the, I don't know if it was this update or one of the patch or hotfix notes. But they said they reduced the spawn rate, so that's nice. They're nibbling, but not really biting right now. I I should probably check my bait after this. I might be out of bait. I don't think we went through all of it yet, but should check. We've only caught 3 so far, I think. Oh, there you go. Well, that might be a 4th one. Although it might just be a big herb or canna. Also, oh yeah, I want to check the trinkets after this. We also have a bunch of trinkets that we fished up or got so far that are in the storage at the bank as well. I can check those when we're there. So I guess we have caught in a few trinkets here. Not that many of them were super helpful, but we have a lot of trinkets, though, in Tindrum from the Christmas event where, you know, the presents that you can find around that have silver in them. We got a lot of generally not great, but still trinkets out of those. So I got this one, which has +2 ecumenical damage and +9 taming, which we're taming, so helpful. And then Plain Ring, which has a raw intelligence and slashing damage. Again, not great, but raw intelligence, even +1, why not? +9 taming and ecumenical, why not? We'll probably need better stuff later on, but that's what we have for now. And let's see, we have 6 left. Okay, wow, so we've been through 44 baits and we've only caught in 3. That's kind of rough. At least we know we can catch them from here, though. Oh yeah, you can see the tile repeating way more when the sun's on it. I wonder if they're ever going to up the texture and like material quality. Because in a game like this one, obviously, how fast it runs is pretty important and how well it runs, especially in PvP. But because you know people are going to turn the detail level to low so they can see people through grass and trees. Because that's what they do in, like, well, a lot of PvP games, even back into like DayZ or Rust. More common, I guess more recently, would have been like, oh, what was it called? What was the Amazon game? New World. People would just crank their quality down to low to use the low level of detail materials, so then you could see players through the bushes. Because that's like one of the things that I'm not the biggest fan of for fishing here, is sometimes the elementalist hut here isn't deep enough to fish for something, so you have to go into like the huts behind me or those ones. The problem is, though, is that there's nothing inside them. So it's like visually very boring. Like that's why I like fishing at this spot, because like I like this spot, especially at nighttime, because the moon comes up on the right side, right? Well, this might be one. Okay. I think it's too light, but... Or, like, another fishing spot where I wish you could fish on the other side is the bridge up here. Because if you're on that bridge, and you fish facing this direction, the sight's awesome. Because you have the town on this side, you can see the tower, and then continue that way for the ocean, right? But if you're up there fishing for, like, the kelp dragon, you have to face the waterfall and look down at the ground. Not much visually interesting when it comes to that. But I guess if it's more... if that's something that interests you anyway. Unless you're just, I am fishing to grind. Give me the resources, please. And if that's the case, then, you know, you might not care. Visuals for me are pretty important, though. Mostly because I have, like, no visual memory. So, like, even when I was in school, here's a story. So when I was in school, we essentially had to draw something for one of our classes. And I was having such a hard time with it because, again, I have no visual memory, well, physical memory too, but visual memory. So I talked to my teacher. I'm like, hey, we're working in Blender. If I make a model in Blender and then print it out 2D and then sketch from that, is that fine? And he's like, yeah, no, that's totally fine. So that's what I did. I built out a full mech, pretty much, a quadruped mech, and then drew it after. It's because of that no visual memory. I didn't have anything to reference other than data points. So. I don't know whatever this fish is, but it was fighting hard for being this light. But that's the weird part, though, is because of that type of thing, I've become such a visual, not necessarily, I wouldn't say reliant, but why it makes much more of an impact whenever I'm doing or seeing something. Oh my goodness. That is the tiniest Trudis we've ever caught. 273 grams. Yeah. And there's some other games I was tempted to go back and play as well, but I don't know. Kind of got a little ruined for me. Like EVE Online. Like, I played EVE Online. It's, I think, the most played game time-wise on my entire Steam library. And I used to run a full corporation there. We were an industry-focused one. Because personally, I really like mining and just exploration in the game. I did join some Combat Wings and stuff like that some of the time. But when I was in Combat Wings or flights, I was generally running a repair build or a shield regen build. But, I don't know, when they added pay to win, it just ruined it for me. It's like, had a hard time looking at it the same way. Like, and you knew it was affecting the game because as soon as they added it, the amount of titans and stuff in the game exploded. Or at least, you know, the larger ships. Wait. I think we got one more bait left. Yeah, so it's legal technical RMT pretty much, in the sense of you pay money for their premium currency and you can exchange that currency for ISK, which is their in-game resource for money, and then you can buy whatever you want with it. So it's pretty much just pay to win. So it sucks because again, I really like the game. I do think I would have had more fun with it if it was ship control versus a set and forget. But yeah, I liked doing all the planetary stuff too. I had quite a few planets actually that I had full mining and extraction bases set up on. I don't remember exactly how many, but there was a lot. Enough I needed a second account to run a hauler back and forth every time. Plus, the corporation I was a part of was really fun. The guys in it were really nice. I believe every single one of them had, like, some semblance of a pun in their name, too, in their characters. What are some other ones that I haven't played in a long time? Conqueror's Blade's another one. I haven't played Conqueror's Blade in a long time. Now, to be fair, that game's been... I'm going to say pay to progress and pay to win in some aspects. Because whenever new soldiers and stuff come out in that game, anyone can unlock them by doing the quests, but the quests take a ridiculous amount of time, but you can just pay real money to skip them. So it's like, okay, I see what you're doing there, right? So the people that spend all the money are gonna get the units right when they come out, which means they're gonna be at their strongest. So I kind of count that as pay to win. The game itself was fun, though. I like doing, like, artillery builds and stuff like that with the Falconetti gunners, which are, like, they pretty much have, like, small... I think they're, like, 2 or 3 feet... No. I think they're 2 feet long, like, hand cannons, almost, but rolled on the ground. Micro cannons. I really liked using them. I was actually in the guild we were in there. I was called on to use them quite a bit because without trying to gloat too much, I was pretty dang good with them. And with ballistas too. Those were like the two things that I was known for using a lot. It was funny. I used to play with another guy. Again, I'm not going to mention names, but he and I played a ton in the game. And when we were doing faction warfare and stuff like that during wartime, he would bring me extra siege ballistas. And it's like, oh yeah, I'll know you'll kill more than your fair share. It was so much fun to use those. Pretty much throwing a meter wide by 5 meter long stick between someone's head. But you had to be accurate with it. for the most part, unless I think you had the rarest version, it still wouldn't instantly kill someone with a body shot. So you needed to get multi-headshots. But if you're using the higher rarity one, because it had over penetration, so I think the highest I ever got was like 9 kills with a single shot, which was really funny. Because our group was in Discord most of the time when we were doing war stuff. So, just laughing so hard. What other games? I'm really sad because it kind of died, but I really liked Atlantica Online. It's definitely a game most people haven't heard of, though. So, because it's like, you have a character, it's an MMO, but you don't fight. It's like, what's the closest thing I would think? Oh, what's the game called? I can't remember the first part. Three Kingdoms. Oh my goodness. It's gonna bug me for so long now. But essentially you control a squad in a 3x3 grid, so a total of 9. And they have abilities and stuff, and it's turn-based combat. And it was a really interesting way of playing. And it's something very unique I haven't seen since then. Now, people could not like it very much, generally. That's why it hasn't been done again, but it was a really interesting way of doing an MMO, but have a turn-based combat system. I think we're out of bait, because it shouldn't be taking this long. As I complain, we catch one. The rule of gaming, when you complain about it, it happens. Honestly, though, if I could find a base station for not $300 to $400, I would probably jump into doing more VR stuff again. I really did a lot of VR in the last few years because it's one of like the main exercise points I can do at home. Probably Beat Saber was my favorite until they added the kill walls. Kill walls weren't my favorite, mostly because they were vertical, so they made you like bend down a lot. And Sciatica not happy about that. So I think, yeah, we had one more. We have one more. Let's just do it while we're here. All right. Might as well. So then I actually started playing a different game called Audica more, which is again another rhythm game, but it's actually, I guess skeet shooting is probably the best example. It's a shooting version of Beat Saber, but you're shooting targets as they appear to the sound instead of slicing them with a melee weapon that most of the other games have. So that was fun. I actually got some pretty high grades in that game, actually. I don't know what my scores look like nowadays, because it's been quite a while since I played, but most of my songs were top 1%. Probably not anywhere near, like, top 1,000 or even top 100, but still. 1% of completion, I'm happy with that. Unless something's changed, I still think that the most played song was the KDA song from League of Legends. Somehow they got the license to have that song. I'm really surprised because Riot does not normally give out licenses like that. They actually got rid of a lot of their external licensing when they got rid of Riot Forge, which is unfortunate, but I totally understand their restructuring, especially because we still have the MMO coming out at some point in our lifetime. All right, Charlie, let's head back. So I'll probably keep the sample size as 100, but if we go off the 50 for now, we only caught 3. So about a 6% catch rate, if I'm doing my math correctly, for Blue Sorex, which is kind of rough. Actually, before I forget, let me add that on my sheet here. I'll probably put it into a spreadsheet later. Blue Sorex, Lake, 350. Okay, I'm gonna keep track of the bait and how much we caught too. So I'll list the bait and then how many total bait we use and how many catches out of those. So yeah, it looks like 6% catch rate right now. And again, that's assuming the information is still the most accurate from when I was playing in January, February. But most of it seems to be correct. The only thing I haven't really explored or learned a lot about is like specific catch locations. Wait, hold on a sec. Urge. We already have 3 of 3, okay. Just wanted to make sure before we hand in. Oh my goodness, those rocks. Have to put like a seizure warning on Toxia. The amount of buildings blinking in and out of existence. Hello there, friend. There you go. Might as well grab another one while we're at it. Excuse me. All right. Let us see. All right. Gotta grab the stuff from Charlie first. I am over in Cucumbered here. I know, right? So even Charlie's mad that we can't do our quests. All right. Get all of our money in here. We really need to sell some Trudis at some point. Look at how much we have, or herb, sorry. We got 6 full stacks of it. And we're working on our 7th now. All right, so we got Blue Sorex. 5, 10. .333 depth, size 5 or 10. Let's do... I guess we can do 5. Is there anything we want to cut out of the pool? Not really. Okay. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of the blue Sorix and go on some LTS bait hunt. Is it... I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, this one. Alright. I'm just going to really quickly run to the washroom. I will be right back in a sec here. Thanks again, guys. I'm just going to leave everything in my bank and not take it out yet. Unless I get exploded. Get back to it. So let's bring, I don't know, how much time do we have? Oh, we have a decent amount of time. Yeah, let's bring 50. Right, we go. And let's go catch us some LTS. Oh, that's what I was saying before too. Oh, one sec. First, let me get our fish. And I'm going to blink back into existence. There we go. There are some very specific and niche spots for fishing. Like, for example, I don't remember which one it was, but there's a fish that you can catch here that I don't remember the other person's name. They were in a little fishing party that we were doing with Squirrely here. And it's like if you aim backwards, so you're actually casting... Actually, you know what? Let me just go over here and I can show you. So it's like somewhere on this line here, if you put your foot like next to one of these like wooden locations and you aim up and cast this way, so then it ends up landing in the water, it will land in a very pixel perfect spot to catch that specific thing almost every time. Like, that level of game knowledge I do not have for a lot of fishing locations. But I mean, that's like an extreme, obviously, but still. So right now my knowledge base is more around the fish, the hook, the bait, that kind of thing. Wait, I picked it up right. Yes, awesome. Just wanted to make sure I had the quest again. If I don't have the quest, I normally don't pick them up because then other people will be running the quest and I want to leave them for them. Because we, other than the quest itself and some sustenance and cooking stuff you can make with them, I don't think there's a big reason to harvest them. Just want to check over here really quick to see if there's any. As we weave through the bamboo. I don't see any more here. Okay. That's fine. We can probably find one more on the way back afterward anyway. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to go down to these ones. We'll change our scenic view a little bit. So we've been at that spot for a while. Which is part of the reason that I wish it was a different fishing system. Not the fishing itself, like the fish, the bait, that kind of stuff. But apparently the way they do it... Oh, there's a third one. Is you would think when you fish, it is the amount of line plus the distance to where your bobber landed, and then it would check the depth, right? But that's not what it does. Apparently, it's an equation based on where you're standing, the line depth, and then the specific location where it lands. Which is why some people, and again, this isn't like wrong, so when I say this, don't think of it like that, but if they catch a fish in a location, they will keep their pixel there, like pixel perfect, keep their mouse there and just click and recast, because that's the only way you'll hit the exact same spot again, because the equation could be completely different if you hit like a millimeter off. The problem is I don't like that. I like being more animated and looking around and, you know, that kind of thing. So, unfortunately, I don't normally get that. I think I want to go to this one. Because I move my mouse around, I like looking around, that kind of stuff, so. Oh my goodness. Charlie decided to be one with the ocean for a second. Alright, buddy, you're still staying? Okay. Oh. I almost fell off there. Not that we need to worry about it too much. It's a bit close. The guard comes right there, though, I think. Or do they? I don't remember if the guards walk this far. I'm going to play it safe and say that I don't know, so I'm going to go to the other one. I know they patrol this one, so... That's fine. Yeah, I know they patrol, like, this bridge area. Yeah. But I don't know if they ever walk all the way there. Rather be safe than sorry. Just put him a little out of the way so he doesn't block the path. There we go. But yeah, sorry. So what I would do personally is do like a single raycast. So it's pretty much just a line, like vertical line going in a direction. And most people immediately think when I say raycasting, as in like your GPU graphics, which kind of is the same, except raycasting in that sense uses way more of them. Especially for lighting systems, it'll essentially from the light source send a ray out in whatever the light emission zone is. It'll hit an object, detect it, and like the color and that kind of stuff, depending on how you're doing it, and then reflect off of that like a, I don't know, pinball or something. And depending on how much quality you want in your lighting, you increase the amount of bounces that does. So if you've ever seen a game where, like, say there's a very clean, like, polished floor, and they have, like, a blue object, a yellow object, and a red object. If you can see the light on those objects of all the other colors, you know it has a lot of bounce in the tracing because it has to ricochet from each object onto each other. Which is one of the things we were looking at in our design and photography, cinematography classes. But you can also do a single cast in game dev too. A lot of people do single line casts for targeting things. One of the best examples I can use is like a any game that uses hit scan, right? For its gunplay, that kind of stuff. That's a line cast, raycast, right? So what you would do is the position of the player versus the position of where the bobber lands just would dictate how much line is used for that. And then where it lands, it would do a raycast down, and where it hits the terrain below, that's the max depth. Right? That's what I would do. Because right now, as far as I know, the actual floor here visually does not represent the amount it has in depth mechanically. And again, this is from Discord, from Squirrel's Nest and Squirrely. And I generally trust what they say, so. Which is why it's so much more different if you move your mouse at all or move your character in the current system, because your positioning will completely change that math equation that it creates. So even if you move a millimeter to the left or to right or something, that equation that dictates the spawn pool or the catch pool of fish that you can do in that zone will completely change. it could be similar, right? But you don't have a guarantee. Which is unfortunate. So if you did the vertical one, like I'm suggesting, you would be able to more accurately obtain the information, both mechanically and visually, right? Because then, like, you could look, eventually, you could learn visually how, like, I think this is about 700 centimeters deep. I'm just throwing a number out there. It might not be, just in the case of this example. Because then you can say, oh, okay, so this looks to be about 700 centimeters deep. But that spot over there, you could even see if you jump under the water, is deeper. So that might be about 1,400. So you would cast over there. And then you would know the floor. Like the floor depth based off that. Which is, again, personally what I would like. Because then it also, kind of, for the most part, eliminates the hyper-specific casting that you need to do. While they're still fun, like the reverse one I told you about at the Task Masters. The specific locations of being inside the hut aiming down like this. And this is, like, to me, this isn't fun. Right? Because, again, like, for example, if you're picking a very specific spot and you're only casting at that spot because you know they're there, this is the entire thing you'll see for your entire fishing experience. I prefer this. So, to each their own, I suppose, based on what you like and what you don't care about when it comes to visual, but I don't know. I find this more interesting. I like the scenic stuff. Now, I will say, obviously... Oh, actually, I forgot to change the depth, I think. I forgot. Yes, I did. Aha! Need 333. Sorry. So, obviously, if you're not doing it the way that the others do, it is less efficient. 100%. Because there is a reason they do it that way, right? Like, it's not like they're doing it that specific way for fun. I mean, they could be, but generally I would assume not. It's because they're hunting a specific fish and they know that that's where they can catch it from. So, if you made it more easily repeatably identifiable, I guess, it might be better. Because then you could also do a raycast downward and just say, oh, are you fishing in an ocean tile? Like in code, just as a trigger, right? Is it ocean? Yes. What is the max depth? This. What are they currently fishing at? This depth. And then it would just screen through whatever fish are in, you know, that pool zoning. You could even get more specific you could tie specific coordinates to it, right? Like, you need to be within, you know, coordinates XY to YZ or something. Or time of day, or the temperature and weather. You could add those to make it more specific, or make rarer fish that have to follow those more easily. Oops, that was way too short. More about location, time, depth. They're looking at one spot is just superstition. I mean, their Discord, Squirrely and others swear by it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I'm basing it off the fisherman information for now. You could be right. Like, I'm not dismissing that fact, but I'm just going off of all the information told to me thus far. But that's why it would be, personally, I think, better in a more general sense versus a math equation. Nice. We caught one. Look at this little dude. I like how rigid they are when you catch them, too. If it helps them enjoy their fishing, then so be it. Exactly. Well, there's also something to be said about if they have, like, I'll use the hut up by the Taskmasters as a specific one. If whenever they have a specific bait and they always catch it at a specific location, looking at the exact same area, there's probably a reason that they do that specific spot. Right? Because just for me anyway, to me, if there's a different spot but it's easier to get through using the same metrics if they're doing a math equation, then that would be better or more well known, right? Like, even though I follow specific depth and location guides, sometimes, what was it? There was something we were shown before where it's like, in one hut, if you aim at one dot on the board that you stand on, the depth changes by like several thousand centimeters. Like, we could fish at 2,500 centimeters, but if you go like 5 pixels over, I think it was like 1,600 max or something, or 1,700 max. And there's no way that's just location and visual that much, right? Because even if you look under the hut, the seafloor is relatively flat. And that's why I mean, like, going off the depth of the actual physical, like, object being the seafloor in this case, obviously, like the terrain itself might be a more beneficial thing for fishing, in the sense of you can more easily replicate results and have an easier or more shareable knowledge base. Because, for example, if I just said you need to be fishing in ocean water using a size 5 hook, and you want the depth floor to be this much when you're there, that information is way more easily processed than fishing with all of that in a specific way at a specific location. Like, there was one that's like, when you're fishing for this specific craft, it has to be in, I think, one of those tents, because the other tents in them, they haven't found a spot yet that follows a depth deep enough for them. I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it was Hammer or Cuprum Craft, because it needed to be like 3,000 depth, something like that. Again, this is going off my memory from January, so things could either have changed or, you know, tweaked. Who knows? Some people were saying earlier too that there's been changes in some of the drop rates or baits even, or spawn locations based on other changes that they've made to the game. So I don't know. At the end of the day, just gotta say I don't know. Oh, there we go. Yeah, because again, I will never really claim to be as knowledgeable in this kind of stuff as, one, people who do this all the time, but two, people have played the game a lot and do this full time. So I've just kind of compiled all the information together that I've been able to find. Like, that's why I have like the Excel sheet and my notepad, because I like keeping track of it for myself. But I also look through the forum stuff, the Reddit stuff, although there's not a ton on the Reddit from what I see. And then their Discord plus Squirrel's Discord. And then, you know, there was a cooking one. And I think there's a alchemy one. I think it's, again, I don't remember. I think it's Chosen's Alchemy or something like that. But there is like a huge alchemy Discord as well. But I've tried to keep away from that because I like experimenting with the alchemy. So I don't want to just have a spreadsheet of everything. I like filling out the spreadsheet as we learn it. Again, fishing is a bit different because there's more hyper specifics. So I don't mind as much looking up. Like, from the start, I've gone off of information what people have told me with fishing. Like, I didn't really experiment with it. Definitely not going to claim to. Because there's certain things, it's like you have so many more variables in it. Like, for me, if I put Sea-Doo in something, it has a healing property of some extent, right? I believe it's over time specifically. And then based off of strength and how you craft it, then it will have different things. So it's more controlled than here you can fish with almost every resource in the game. Then you have to worry about hook size. Then you have to worry about depth. And location. And weather. And time of day. And temperature. Right? So just because it's weird to say, but fishing has more difficult variables to it than alchemy. I think alchemy has more variables, but with fishing, they're much more difficult to pinpoint. But again, that's based off my experience thus far. I could be completely wrong. Trying to keep the bobber in view between my hands there. We didn't hit bottom, no? I was gonna say it's been a while, but yeah, if you have other information, like, I'm more than happy to like look into it. This is something that I've said before, but I love being proven wrong. As much as it sounds like a joke, because if you're proven wrong, it means that you had the wrong information to begin with. So I'd rather have correct information than not say I'm wrong just to be like a stickler for it. So like if you can point me to like testing people have done, or, you know, posts or that kind of thing, like, obviously not in the middle of stream, but I will definitely take a look at them. Because I like learning, just in general. That's why part of the reason I'm a huge lore buff in a lot of games. I love hearing the stories and that kind of stuff too. But it's, again, more personally, but if someone asks me for information, I prefer it be correct. So if I think something is a certain way, which I'm not saying like maliciously or anything like that, but if I think something's this way from other information or personal experience, but it's actually something different, I would rather have say, hey, that's not actually accurate. And then again, I'm more in the sense of, okay, point me to the information. I'll read up on it. Because at the end of the day, it helps me out because I'm more knowledgeable. 2, it helps other people out. So if they ask me, I'm giving them the right thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird because a lot of people don't like being wrong or like have a hard time with like debates and stuff. But I generally haven't. I mean, generally the stuff I'm more thinking about is more in the science, mathematics kind of, or robotics is what I was into before. Like, when I was younger, I went really early to do a robotics program at the university here, and I loved it. I'm definitely going to do it as a hobby when I start earning a bit more. But unfortunately, most of my robotics knowledge died because when my physical memory died, physical memory is like the center of math because it's where you hold math or number information in your brain. So think of it being, when you're using a calculator, you enter the information. There is a period of time before you press plus. There's also a period of time before you enter the second number. And there's a period of time before you hit the enter key. Physical memory is that in-between time. And because mine died, I couldn't do complex math equations anymore because I couldn't hold the numbers in my head, which is why I ended up leaving robotics programs. Just from personal fishing, always had the same result without using pixel fishing, but a lot of players live by it. That's totally fine. People can have disagreements these days or accept they might be wrong. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy though, right? Like, people are not programmed to be easy when it comes to their decisions. And that's proven throughout history and psychology and everything else. And Gregan and Gorebeast, thank you for the follow, guys. I really appreciate that. Thanks again and welcome in. But yeah, no, like if that's your, like for example, if that's your personal experience so far fishing, that's totally valid. Because again, like I've experienced things where people told me it was going to be one way, but it was completely different. Like when I first was getting back into the idea of playing Mortal again, a lot of people said don't, because like, you know, player killers are everywhere. You're going to get murdered 24/7. Everyone's really rude. You shouldn't do it on stream because, you know, someone's going to run by you and say enough slurs, you get banned. Now, I had to take precautions against those types of things, right? Because, you know, I like streaming and not getting banned. But I'm like, well, it's a PvP game, so I'm expecting to die. So, like, when I've been killed so far, I haven't taken it personally. You still have to follow... I mean, maybe it's because I come from a lot of games like EVE Online. I've played, you know, more in the hardcore side of things in some aspects of games. Tarkov. I don't even know. Albion Online, that kind of stuff. So I'm very familiar with loss prevention, I guess. as well as, you know, what to expect. But, you know, I didn't want that to discourage me because I really liked the first game, right? So even when, I don't know if people played Mortal 1, but I don't remember the exact city name, but it was one of the more central ones where people built like an actual wall around it and like charged people tax for leaving the city. It was so funny. I remember that. But yeah, so and that's never been my experience so far. Like, yeah, I've been killed by people, but again, I came into it expecting that. Do I enjoy it? Not really. Because I playing as a healer character and a support character. Like, my goal is to kind of help people out, right? Like, even just as simple as, like, we've come across people while we've been traveling, they're fighting something, so we just take some time to run over there and heal them, right? Just small things like that. You knew what the player base was capable of. Exactly, right? So, again, does it suck? Yes. Do you lose your stuff? Yes. That also sucks. But at the end of the day, I try not to take it personally. Like, if anything, especially some of the RP that happens with some of the people, I think it's hilarious, personally. Not like in a I'm mocking them kind of way, but like I enjoy it. This is coming from someone that is like a forever DM for D&D and Pathfinder. So, like, that's kind of my thing anyway. But, yeah. Fun fishing fact, with a 3D printer, you can make thousands. My niece does this and sells at local bait shops. Prints lures all day. Oh, like actual fishing. Yeah, I could totally see that. Especially if you're doing, like, 3D printing would be really cool if you did, I don't remember, there's a specific name. They're the sectional lures. I don't know if anyone else had them when you were really young, or if you ever went to like a dollar store. They used to have like wooden snakes that had like linked connections with them. I don't remember what it's specifically called, but they had lures like that had like interlocking connections in them, like how a chain connects, and those would be really cool because then you could 3D print those together without having to do like the relinking. Got like a small labrum too. Nice. Didn't they make it almost impossible to catch good trinkets in a town? I don't know if they changed that. I do know that they changed things with mining though. When we were trying to mine for gemstones for our elementalism before, they changed it here. Because all of this rock face at the back used to be able to get mining resources from, like stone and gemstones. But now if you go mine it, it will say that it's within a proximity, so it's a very low yield. I don't remember the specific wording, but it does warn you that it's less here. So you actually have to go way further, like to that back corner, and then you can still get it. So I know that they did those changes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they reduce the trinkets in town as well. I don't have a confirmation, but I wouldn't be surprised. Because I'm assuming it's just a way that they want to push people to explore the world instead of, you know, hanging in town all day. As I fish, hanging in town all day. But I would get why they would do it, but again, I don't know. But yeah, and that's the other thing, Cake. Just last thing on that too, is one thing I think I've seen a lot of people not get, especially in the more recent years, is that just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean you have to dislike them or hate them or anything like that, right? It's like, there's people that have like, you know, different religious beliefs or personal beliefs, political beliefs, who knows, right? Than me. Doesn't mean I have to dislike them or hate them. I can just disagree with them on that topic. I'm a premium kelp dragon fisher. Nice. Are you... Were you as sad as I was earlier when Kelp Dragon was bugged and it was a daily quest? And I was fishing for like several hours before figuring out it was bugged? Because that saddened me a little bit. It's snowing in Vada. I'm jealous. Although that's part of the reason I spent a couple extra points in Elementalism so that we can get the weather control effects, so that I can make it, well, one, temperature control for certain fishing, which is nice, but two, I can make it snow wherever I want. I can go make it snow in the desert, perhaps. I've been thinking of resubbing. Has the ganking gone down since the rep changes, in your opinion? I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that. I know based on locations, specifically guilds. Here, I'll reel in really quick so I can show you on the map. So, I started in Fabernum. A lot of people told me Fabernum was a really bad ganking town and I was going to die every time I left. I didn't have a problem with it. Tindrum didn't have a problem with it either. I was killed outside of Meduli by a player once when I went into the mountains to do a quest. Then after being in Meduli for a bit, we traveled all the way over to Morinkur and then Toxia. I've died here in Toxia once as well to a player. But right above us is Carnimata, which is a PvP guild pretty much, right? So they come down here occasionally. So there is a risk, right? But most people have been fine. Like, as long as you're like not being, you know, super rude or, you know, whatever, generally I haven't had a problem or seen people having a problem. It's actually been the opposite. I mentioned a story earlier, but when I got killed on the island over here, so I was actually going for Sea-Doo, which spawns in this island sometimes, more on this side, but I was running around collecting it. I got killed by a Carnimata dude, and he's like, these lands are ours, like, stay off of them, you know, don't harvest our resources, and then he ran off. And then there was another guy that was coming up, and he was on horseback. He was dressed like Blade, right? Like, all black. I don't know what armor it was, but he looked solid, I'll just say. And because I was warning people, because there was other people also coming to the island. I was like, guys, just, you know, there's someone here. They were murdering people. Just be careful. And then he's just, I don't remember exactly his words, but he was like, don't worry about it. I will solve the problem. And then he left and I never saw them again, either of them. So I don't know what shenanigans this guy got up to, but, you know, they're off. Legends say they're still fighting to this day. Depends on where you are, but overall I die twice a day to red players. I rarely do die to blues or grays. That's also valid. Yep, mostly it's reds. I'm upset we don't have the fishing task vendor for a few weeks now. I know. I found out when I logged in today. The GM said that the vendors were removed and that the dev team is currently looking into it. So I'm also very interested to see what happened with them, because to me, removed is very specific language, as in someone took them away. So I want to believe there is a rogue developer that has a personal vendetta against fishermen and they just deleted it. Or the other more reasonable thing is there was a bug with the vendors and there was an issue, so they just deleted them. They kill switched it pretty much. Or the actual disappearance is a bug and they're looking into it. So those two are more probable than the other, but I still would love to see like a V for Vendetta style rogue dev having it out for the fishermen in particular. I don't sell the kelp. I live in hot PvP zone, so I eat it all. That's fair. I've been around Fab moving my banks and died once to a red over the last month. Yeah, like, again, there's also a degree of accountability on yourself when it comes to this type of stuff. And I'm not saying, like, you died so you're bad. I don't mean that at all. I just mean, like, even though I hadn't have negative experiences with a lot of players so far, when I was traveling between towns, you check to see, did someone follow you when you leave the city? You know, are there people following you on the road? Have you looked around while you're traveling through the forest to see if people are coming from the sides, right? Like, but I'm more used to that because I've played more games that have had PvP. So I'm not the best, don't get me wrong, but I have more awareness in those situations because of that. So if they're red, you're dead. Yep. Only a few blues will hit you if you upset them. That's fair. Again, most people don't. It's more... Yeah. Sounds good. Maybe I will return. Yeah, again, it's... The other thing too, which I'll mention, because we were talking about this earlier, it literally could be because I play at this time of day. Like, maybe there's, you know, people that play more aggressively in certain regions, right? And or groups. Like if there's a guild that's known for hardcore player killing, they just don't care. Maybe they're all asleep while I'm playing, right? Like I don't know. So there is those types of situations too that you have no control of information over, but so far it's been fine. You would enjoy the game more than ever as a PvE player. Yeah, especially with the new content. With the Tagmatons and stuff. Tagmatons? Whichever it is. Form like PvPers perspective. When people would engage with other PvPers, no one would murder count because it didn't really matter. No PvPers are murder counting each other just to grief. That's fair too. Like you don't play For Honor without wanting melee combat with another player, right? It's a PvP game. So I can definitely see if PvP in general goes down, they'll search for it in other places. That's you know, a valid thing as well. Have you tested much with the 20 hook yet? So with alchemy, we're not really looking up a lot of information because I like experimenting with it. For fishing, I've generally been looking up information as we go along. Not all at once, but I have a spreadsheet and a notepad document on my other screen that I actually fill out as we catch things. Like the name of the fish we caught, the minimum and maximum sizes we've caught, the date, that kind of stuff. I also have the bait used, the cast depth, and like if there's any other notes or something like that, as well as the hook size. But a lot of that information was me looking up on Reddit, the Discords, stuff like that. So that information was not generated by me. That, I just want to be fair and blunt with people. That is not my personal, you know, experimentation with that. That's just me doing research. I don't mind PvP, but back when I played, every time I went out fishing, I would get hit over the head with a big hammer in like 10 minutes, and it kind of ruined the whole fishing experience. It also depends where you are. Like if you're fishing in well-known spots, in hot zones, it can be, you know, it can be a pain in the butt, but it's hard to say, right? You could have a bad day because there's a lot of people around that area, and then you could be perfectly fine for a month, right? At the end of the day, it could just come down to luck, right? There is, again, factors that you can better increase your chances. Like, for example, we didn't fish over at that hut because the guards don't patrol there, as far as I know. I've only seen them patrol here and those ones. So there is risk mitigation you can do, but at the end of the day, if someone really wants me dead, there could be 20 people that show up here and just destroy me with elemental magic, right? There's not much you can do. So at the end of the day, by playing the game, you do take that risk. That's why I'll always say, and why I always appreciate when people say, when I was about to play Mortal 2, is like, just so you know, like, be aware you're going to die. I'm like, yeah, I get you. So, but again, one of the biggest things is if you're traveling between towns, are you on a mount, for example, which is obviously good? Are you running while using the mount stamina? Well, that's not good, because if you need to sprint to get away from someone, you're going to run out of stamina. Did you check behind you when you're leaving town to see if there's a group following you? You know, things like that. So again, there's mitigation you can do, but it's only up to a certain extent. Are you squirrely? No, I wish I was, but he's actually the person that got me to come to Toxia to do fishing. I was fishing with him when we were on stream before, but that was when I was on my night schedule, and I had to change schedule because of my work. I don't know if he's on when I stream now. I would love to do another fishing group with him because it was really fun. We got together with like 5 or 6 people and we were doing like a fishing group. But I haven't seen him in Toxia when I've been streaming. Another labrum. I like fishing in danger zones. I mean, some people like fishing in that zone because it's risky, right? Like, there's a reason people jump out of planes with parachutes. Generally, I mean, it's not like adrenaline junkie necessarily. I don't want to say that, but like, you know, thrill, right? There is a factor of this is a dangerous activity. You know, I want to do it anyway. So, totally get it. I fish out of a friend's house and shut the door on gankers because you can throw out the front door. That's funny. Here's the thing, I was a blue player. I never killed noob or non-PvPers, but now that I'm getting murder counted and kicked out of town for normal everyday PvP with other users looking to fight, I have no reason not to kill noobs now. Because I've been punished for nothing and got kicked out of town. Does that make sense? They're catering PvPers with nothing to lose. I am not a great person to kind of go over that because I don't know their metrics. Like, I don't know why they did the changes they did. I do agree to some extent it's rough. Like, I mentioned this earlier, but in Mortal 1, I don't know if people are around for that. I played it for a bit, and then I've recently started playing Mortal 2. There was a period of time when they built a wall around a town and charged people tax for coming and going. And it was just like a random group. I mean, they were a guild, I think, at the time, but like, it wasn't part of the game. So there is some shenanigans that, but I don't know if that qualifies as like a griefing thing. That's one of the things that's really hard about open sandbox games, especially if they're PvP, is on a development side, it's a little hard to say what's griefing or what's technically, if you're talking about it in a development term, emergent gameplay, which is unintentional gameplay that happens from player activity. So if they took over a town as a guild, for example, should they be allowed to attack people that are not their guild that come in? Right? So it's a little hard to say based off of just me going off no data or any type of information. I agree it sucks. You know, like the fact that you don't normally kill noobs or blues, but the fact of it's wanting you to, that's not good, right? But at the same time, I'm not sure what restrictions they could really do to say, oh, you can't own a town, right? They could do that, but then you run into the problem of like, oh, well, if we put the amount of time and effort in to make a big guild so that we could, like, you know, conquer the region kind of thing, should they not be allowed to do that? Right? So that's like the weird middle ground of it. Squirrely was supposed to give me 100 gold, but it never made it out to Doxia. When I finally made it there, I never saw him. That's funny. He said he gives starter bags to new players that included at least 100 gold. He said he would give me one. He actually, I don't know if he gave, I can't remember if he gave me gold. He did give me bait. He gave me the starting hooks and stuff with the fishing line, and he gave me some bait. I think he gave me gold. I can't remember 100%, but it was more, here's gold to buy bait and some dial for your horse. That's most of what it was at the time. I can't remember the specifics though. It could have been that, but I don't remember. Just needs to be a lot more wilderness area, like a lot more. See, that's the hard part, is I agree with you in the sense of I like more open games, like exploration and zones and stuff like that. But there's a problem that you kind of run into, is if you make it too big, you get this, I don't remember the term, there's a specific terminology for it, but essentially your gameplay density suffers because there's not enough things or people to occupy the space effectively and engagingly. Because once you reach a certain point of size, players start to notice more repetitivity. Like if you have like a certain biome or tile set, but because it's so open, it will repeat too frequently. So then people notice that more. There's definitely ways to get around it, but that requires a lot more development and things like that. And something we already noticed before is like, you can see the repeating tiling effect of the material even on the mountains here. So I don't know their personal limitations with the game either. So they might just be trying to keep the, you know, generation on frame kind of low to help with that. I hate the new mechanic. I think they should have done one like EVE Online, high sec versus low sec, only real system. That can work. The only problem is once again, in EVE Online, if you're using that example, players kill other players in high sec all the time. There was even like full-on corporations that specialized in killing miners in high sec. So it is, I agree with you that it would probably be the better way of mitigating it. But if you give people in general, players in games are more effective at this because gamers are better at solving problems. That's why we get quests, right? So, but if you have a thing that is a problem for them or a, blockade, they will try more to find a way around it. So it's more like you have this eternal cat and mouse game, especially in open sandboxes. Because the thing is they're in games, from my personal experience and like research and stuff we've done, not just at our studio, but like in school even, there's generally like two types of PvP players in general. There is the ones that want to PvP versus other PvPers because they want people to fight them. Like they want to get better, they want the prestige, whatever the case may be. There's the other type, which is generally PvPers because they want to kill people worse than them. You can call it griefing in some sense, you can call it, whatever, but generally those are the two main ones. For the second one, which is generally the most problematic, they will find ways around it because they just want to be feeling like they're better. Like, that's why people use cheats in games, right? Right? Like, if they didn't care about beating other people, do you think people would cheat in Dead by Daylight? I could say maybe they would have like injectors or something just for, you know, fun shenanigans. But if you don't get anything out of it, if there's no reason to, I don't think there would be a reason. But, you know, it's the haha, I bested you kind of thing, I think. From my, again, this is from my perspective. Other people could see it differently, and that's totally fine. I also don't know exactly what they changed in the new reputation system. I know they changed things. Like, I remember reading that they bumped reputation from 100 to 1,000, so smaller things would have a less impact. But again, I'm not super familiar with the game yet. So I don't know the hyper specifics of the changes. So the most basic sense, let's say there's a group of 4 that attack you. On attacks, Frost, so he's Crim. Okay. So if I remember, you are a murderer criminal red, which means you've killed a certain number of players. Gray just means you've committed a crime, which is Crim. And then blue is just normal. And yellow is noob, I believe. So they attack you, but you are going to wait for each of them to attack you before going into 1vx tactics trying to win. Oh, okay, so I see your point. So you're saying that a guy, like 4 people swarm you, 1 guy hits you first, but if you hit any of the other 3 players, you will be marked as criminal because you attacked them first. Is that what you're saying? Oh, that's a big one. Because if that's the case, I understand completely what you mean. That sucks. In the start of MO2, that was bad, but it's getting better. Okay. Minus 30 per murder count. Also, only 2 rep per task, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So they are punishing murder, but giving you a way of earning it back, but at a much slower rate, pretty much. Listen, I'm not going to confirm or deny a crosshair during my slinger game. Dead by Daylight. To be fair, the lead developer of the game, and like technically the owner, I don't remember his name, the black hair, short black hair, in a Q&A, people were asking if they could, like, what they could do to be better with, I think it was Huntress at the time, because this was early on. And he said, you know, certain screens have a crosshair built in. As long as it's not modifying the game itself, that's fine. So, as long as it's a monitor-based crosshair, or, I mean, I've seen some people literally take a tiny piece of electrician's tape and put it in the middle of their screen. So, there is those, technically. Not that I'm saying it's, like, not a little cheesy, but if they said that it's valid if you're trying to, you know, learn it, because there is no recoil, so to speak, when you're using Huntress or Deathslinger, I do think eventually you'll get good enough at accuracy you won't need it anymore. But as a tool to help you learn it, I definitely think it's valid. Yeah. It would be different if they said, no, you shouldn't use that. But if they've said, as a tool, it's totally fine, then, you know, that's up to you. Like, personally, when I started using them, I did use it for a bit. 100%. Because it was really hard for me to learn where the hatchets would hit. Mostly because Huntress's hatchets have a very strange hitbox. There's also really weird hitboxes on a lot of features in Dead by Daylight, right? And it's a known issue that Dead by Daylight's hitboxes are not fantastic at times. So that helped me with those. Funny enough, Deathslingers he doesn't aim in the middle of your screen. He actually aims a little further off to the left and down, I think. So having a center crosshair is not always accurate, which I think is weird, but that it's not in the center, but... Labor. Look at this guy. I just love how rigid they are. I don't play Dead by Daylight much. I'm up there with Hexy and skill levels, so it's boring for me a lot of the time. I mean, if you're up there, then yeah. I mean, you weren't here earlier, but we were talking about this because I play differently, and I had someone comment on one of the videos about it. I think it was on YouTube, not on stream, but essentially they were frustrated with the way I play because they're like, why don't you kill them? Like, just kill them. Like, end the game already. I'm like, for me, I play for fun, obviously. I will use in an example of Dead by Daylight. So in Dead by Daylight, my overall goal is to level up people and prestige them, progress their blood web, that kind of thing, right? Occasionally there's the challenges and missions and stuff like that you want to do. Totally fine. So for me, I just like blood points. Personally, I don't care if I get a 4K, a 3K with a hatch, or, you know, multiple people leaving. So I mostly go around and two hook everyone. I generally don't like, I pretty avidly don't like tunneling, so I generally avoid it. It's totally a valid strategy in certain situations. I'm not saying, you know, you're bad for using it, but I generally don't prefer that because when I'm playing Survivor, I don't like that either. And what I'll go around is hook everyone 2 times and then I'll let them finish and get out. Plus, I like the interaction with the killer. There's some really funny things that can happen between survivors and people if they got a lot of personality to them. Now, don't get me wrong. I am not amazing at the game. I am not claiming to be very skilled at it. I played it a decent amount, but I still get wrecked with like full survivor groups with like meta perks. I get still destroyed a lot of the time. But, you know, I think that balances out the I murder and hook all 4 of them to stage 2 in a minute. Right? Although that's kind of like every game with MMR ratings. Like anytime, like if you picture like any games you've played with MMR, if you really stomp a match, the next match you're gonna be the opposite because it's gonna be bumped up. You're fighting harder players. I remember, who was it? Was it Russian Badger? I think did a video on a game with MMR rating. I don't remember if it was Call of Duty or Battlefield or something, but he was talking about it and it made me laugh so hard. I'm a toxic killer in Dead by Daylight. I mean, the only time I actually try and murder people is survive with group people that are like bully squads, because that's what they're there for. But or people that like just BM, like, you know, like teabagging or like intentionally throwing pallets down to get their teammates killed, sandbagging their teammates to like sacrifice them, that kind of stuff. Then I'll go after that person, but generally I don't. But yeah. Plus, I've played Dead by Daylight for a long time too. Although, to be fair, as with all the games I play them more sporadically because I am totally a person that can play one game really hard, but I end up burning out of it, and then it takes a while for me to cycle around to it. So for games like Mortal, I wouldn't really want to play it more than 2 times a week, so I can keep playing it consistently. And I don't know, it's just something that that's always been with me, with my brain. It's just, I rotate through things. There's a reason my Steam library is way too big. Which, funny enough, the ADHD game brain, pretty much, that I have actually really helps me with my work. So, for those that don't know, I work in a studio as a game designer, although because it's a smaller studio on the indie side, we end up sharing more tasks. So I do other work as well, but that's my main role. So the best part about it is that having played so many different games, it really helps game design. Because, for example, if, you know, say your programmers want to design a system for the game, but they're like, hey, I want this outcome. I kind of want it to like look like this, but I don't know how to implement it. I can go, oh, that's kind of similar to a system this game had from like 2004. And then I can like pull it up. Like, that's what happened in one of our games we were doing for school. We wanted to do this like bullet trajectory following system. So it's like, if you ever played like any of the Sniper Elite games, how they have like the bullet time, kind of like that. But what it is like when you fired a shot and it hit any surface, it can be ricocheted to a different way and you could aim it. So it's like pinball pretty much with a bullet. So you had to defeat the enemies with a single shot. But they didn't know how to implement like the actual movement system of that. So I said, hey, have you guys ever played Battlefield Modern Combat? None of them had, except my instructor, and he knew exactly what I was going to talk about. So in Battlefield Modern Combat, they have this weird tracking system that they use for when you hot swap between soldiers. And then I showed them that and they're like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. So being and having played so many different games, even though I don't play them for as long in comparison to some people, it really helps game development as a knowledge base, which is really cool. System requirements is huge. I think if MLO2 had less system requirements, we could reach more players again. So this is the weird thing. I don't understand why Mortal has such high system requirements. Like, I doubt it's texture-based. Because I can see the repeating texture in the mountains, right? I don't know how the engines developed, like on how their back-end systems work. So I can't really say much on that. But I've seen like 20-man multiplayer mod stuff for Cyberpunk and it runs, so I would assume it's possible from my knowledge base. I don't know what their restrictions are though. So, but yes, generally if you have a game that can run on a potato, you'll get way more people, right? And I don't mean that as like an insult either. It's just like, the less the requirements, the more people that can access it, so. And the subscription, I have a good PC, constantly getting performance issues. Oh, okay. Yeah, the subscription is something that's kind of eh. Like, for a while, my work was really slow before I actually got, like, my position. So, like, I just sometimes, you know, other things took priority for budget, and I just couldn't resub to play the game. And that's part of the problem too, right? Is even though subscription is technically better in the sense of it makes the company more money, I think people are really starting to get burnt out on subscription as like a tool. because we've already seen that with a lot of services now, as well as like launchers. I've seen that a lot. Like, there's people that literally won't play a game if they can't launch it from Steam. It's like, I have to download the EA launcher? Okay, I don't want to do that. I have to download Epic Games? I don't want to do that. And not saying that those platforms are bad. It's just like they use Steam, so they don't want to use something else, right? So that's me, yeah. And the other thing too is like performance hitches and stuff. I can't really speak to because I don't know what their bottlenecks are. To me, looking at the game, it isn't like a model or texture base, but that also depends on how their loads are. Like, for example, if every single thing around me that I can see is full render, okay, maybe that's an issue. Old Steam boy from the start? Yeah. I mean, technically the first platform, if you want to call it that, instead of launcher, was like Miniclip, Newgrounds, Armor Games. Although those are more websites than like downloaded launchers, but I just like subbing though through Steam is easier. That's true. The only thing you need to watch out for is some games will charge you more for going through Steam, because every time Steam gets a purchase, they charge a percentage cut. So Albion Online, as an example, you can purchase, I don't know, I'm just going to throw a number out. If you purchase $10 worth of currency, you'll get $10 worth of currency, but through their website. But if you purchase it through Steam, you'll still get $10 worth of in-game currency, but it will be $12. So that's why they actually say avoid purchasing anything from the Steam store and purchase it from the website. Because Steam takes a cut, so a lot of studios, instead of eating that cut, they will increase the Steam price for it. You're not old gamer unless you played RuneScape on your browser through Java. Yep. I'll do you one better. Adventure Quest. Which I believe either came out before or about the same time as RuneScape. I can't remember exactly. I did play RuneScape for a while. I went back and tried to play old school RuneScape, but I was sad that the old accounts were forced to evolve into RuneScape 3. So I couldn't actually use my old account, which I was really sad. Because I wasn't a personal fan of what they did to RuneScape 3. Battle.net, yeah. Yeah, I remember, like, when I was in... at one of the group homes I was at, we had computers, and I had a old USB that had StarCraft 1. And that's what I played. Listening to, like, pre-downloaded Nightcore. It was funny. Ultima Online, EverQuest. Yep. Oh, I don't remember. I think Worm's newer, but Worm was a decent one too. Asheron's Call. I don't remember Asheron's Call. I don't know if I touched that. But Ultima Online and EverQuest for sure. And then eventually when they made like Lord of the Rings Online and stuff like that. I definitely prefer my MMOs or multiplayer games in general because I like the interaction with people. Mostly for medical reasons. I've been pretty restricted most over my life for just general health reasons. So I've been more restricted. So that's why I enjoy it, because it's like not just the social interaction, but just interaction in general with people. So somehow no one remembers Ashroad Skull. It's like, okay, I had that exact same thing with Chrome Hounds. Chrome Hounds was awesome, but people don't remember it, and people are still shocked when I say it was developed by From Software. It was like an old, more realistic, quote unquote, even though it looked a little weird, like the mechs themselves, mech game. And it was really fun. Like, you had people that built artillery mechs with like battleship cannons, but they had no radar, which means you needed to have specific players with like radar equipment, and you needed multiple of them because their range only goes so far. So you actually had a player like network that had to be set up so that the information could even be transmitted to the other players further away. It was such a great game. You'd be proud of me. I was a red player with a prayer beast built in RuneScape. I never played really PvP stuff in RuneScape. I was really like, the one thing I really liked was, one, I did magic mostly, but also all the other skills like crafting and stuff, obviously. But that is a tiny snake. I was so happy when they came out with, do you remember when they came out with the dwarf cannon? I remember that. That was good times. Let's see here. Sec here. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so, oh man, there's so many games. Like, 2 games I played on Miniclip all the time when I was like in school. Like during lunch or even after school was Heli Attack and Archer Prelude. Those 2 were fun. I still remember the ridiculous, like, nasally, like, voice acting that they did, and then covered it with like a robotic interference. It was so silly. Like, I'm trying to remember like the older games I played too. I don't know if people know this one because it was way more niche. There was a game called Dark Orbit. Now there's a current game called Dark Orbit, but this is not the same game. It was kind of like a space shooter survival game, kind of, that like you traveled between certain zones and stuff like that. The first one took on a planet side. It was weird. It was kind of like they did it like a horror game almost, but it was like a top-down view. And the aliens in the game had some of the most disconcerting sound effects. I still remember them. Like, one of them sounded like a mosquito and like a mouse mixed together. And that one was just like, you knew there was a zapper, which was like a shield electric damage one. And then some of them had like this weird distorted screeching almost. Another one, nice. That was the larger Broodmother ones. Of course, there was Age of Empires and Empire Earth. And then later on, Titan Quest? Or was that Age of Mythology? I don't remember which one was first. It's been a while since I played any of those. Might and Magic was a good one too. Yep. Might and Magic never brought me in a ton. I did enjoy it though. I don't remember the class. Was it the dwarf? The ones that had like the arcane mech thing. I don't remember what it was called. It's been a long time. But I also had that kind of thing happen with Lineage, where I played it a decent amount, but never super got into it. Another game I sunk a decent amount of hours into, but I ended up stopped playing, was Black Desert. Because Black Desert was really fun, and the combat system was really unusual at the time. But it's become a little dated now. And after they added the systems of just egregious levels of pay-to-win systems through the refinement system, I just stopped after that. Same thing with Lost Ark. My build in RuneScape was so oppressive. With prayer, you got to toggle, get 3 items. Builder ran had 99 strength and 2-shot people, but accuracy was only like 10%. Yeah, I do remember those builds. There was also one I remember where I don't remember the build specifically, but I remember it was like a weird buff from one of the, was it the God Staffs? I can't remember. My brother played RuneScape way more than I did, and it was one of his. But he essentially hot swapped between like, I think it was a poisoned dragon dagger and some other weapon. I don't remember if it was, I think it was a short bow or something. And it's like crazy, the hot swapping between the prayers, the equipment, consuming potions, consuming food, all of it at the same time. I was like, oh my goodness. It was crazy. Dark Age of Camelot was a very fun siege game. I do remember the name, but it's not coming into my brain. After I pull this up, I'll look it up really quick. You have to draw a line in the sand with a game when they turn into money sink. Yeah. That's actually what happened with me in Star Trek Online. I really liked the combat system of Star Trek Online, but when they're charging, I'm not joking, $450 for ships now for some of the event stuff, it's just dumb. Like, what? And it's only premium purchase. It's not like you can earn them in the game. I sold it to EA. Oh, it sucks. I mean, that happened with a lot of games. I don't remember what the company was called. I don't think it was Nexon. But there was a like group that purchased games, and there was a joke around that we had where it's like, if your game was sold to them, it's dead because this is where games go to die. Again, I don't remember it being Nexon, but I think it started with an N. It's been so long though. I'm trying to think. I don't know if people remember Bots, but that was an interesting game too. Like BOTS, or is it BOTZ? I can't remember. That was an interesting game. EA did do that a lot. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Warhammer Online, that was a missed one. Yeah. I mean, I mentioned this earlier too, like earlier in the stream, but there are two others that I was really sad about, which was Wildstar and Firefall. I decently liked Defiance as well. But Firefall was one of my favorite MMOs at the time. It was a gear-based system, kind of like Albion, but not really. It's more the gear you crafted had the skills in it. But there were class parts to it as well. But you used to call like the whole basis of the game was crafting your gear and upgrades. So what you did is you called down these huge mining, well, they're called thumpers, from space, and you had different sizes and different rarities based off the number of players and that kind of thing that you could build yourself. And essentially the thumper would come down and start thumping, quite literally, and it would draw like hordes of aliens pretty much. There's way more special variants, but if you think of like the Terminids from Helldivers or the aliens from like Starship Troopers, that would be pretty accurate. And essentially you just had to defend waves upon waves that would get harder over time with more stronger, more powerful enemies as more resources in that area got extracted. But like, you could do it anywhere in the game. Like, even in some zones, certain resource pockets would open up every reset. So you used to be able to do that. And it was a really cool game. But again, this is not confirmed, but the last thing I heard, apparently it died because the CEO of the company took all the studio's money and ran. Again, can't confirm or deny, so pinch of salt on that, but that was the rumor from the dev team at the time. So that sucks if that's the reason. But another one that's more recent in memory that unfortunately died, that I had a lot of fun with and I really wished they kept at it, was Anthem. Like, I think if they put enough time into it, Anthem could have had a revival similar to No Man's Sky. But because they just killed it right away, there was nothing. Like, there were things, like the game itself was rough, obviously, but the movement and flight system I really enjoyed, the abilities. The one main downside for me is there weren't a lot of variety of the weapons. So that was something, but they're just like, oh, it's bad, kill it. Which is why I have a lot of respect for the No Man's Sky team. Like, I've played it, even on stream, occasionally when there's the new content drops. And it's great. Funny enough, we were speaking on this earlier too. There was a recent video that Jabo did, or it's Jabo, where he went back and played Fallout 76. And like, the group is like, yeah, I surprisingly don't hate this, and I'm not gonna uninstall it. That's how much I enjoyed it. Which says a lot when you think about it, right? So there is that. I don't know how they've corrected a lot of the problems with the money-based things, but you know, they just need to do another Fallout where it's a top-down RTS, or not technically not RTS, technically turn-based, but another project that I'm kind of following is, oh, what's it? Oh my goodness, I can't remember the name now. Red something. It's like a private project, pretty much. I mean, you can get into it, but they are pretty much making a, personally, I believe, better version of Planetary Annihilation. But they're adding like a lot more to it than just, you know, two sides pretty much. As someone that really liked Supreme Commander and things like that, I was super hyped when they announced it, so. But yeah. Oh. I think I missed that one. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah. I think Warhammer could have a good MMO now, especially after, you know, there's the series that's coming out. There was the Secret, not Secret Lab, the shorts that they made for the animations, and then just with how much Warhammer's grown over the years, the only problem with a Warhammer MMO is unless you're a Primarch or some like note of that, like Various Call, for example. And hey, Hito. It's a little hard to tell the story about a mass of people. Like, if you play as a Space Marine, it's still a little hard to tell a story unless you are a specific one. So that's a bit more difficult. So if you're doing a game like that, that's why the Inquisitor works so well in like Owlcat's game. Because you're playing as an Inquisitor, like there's so few of them and they're very murder mystery to them, right? But if you're playing as like General Soldier in MMO style, it's very hard, especially to do an MMO style with Warhammer, I think, if you're following accurately, which you bet everyone playing is a fan of it and that want accuracy, right? Is like, yes, the Tyranids are invading, right? Can you render that many Tyranids in your game? Which is probably a no. Charlie took damage from something? Oh. Oh, he's hungry. We've been here too long. Okay. Here, eat your fill, buddy. There we go. He's happy now. But yeah, I would really like that set there. It's one of the things where I was explaining before is like I like doing reading and research and stuff. That's why I love Warhammer. Like Warhammer's lore is a bit weird, but in general it's pretty decent. But Riot's MMO is something that I'm really looking forward to. I'm so noob. Sorry if I made little stupid questions. That's totally fine. Are you elemental? So we're a bit of both. We made this character more in a sense of the idea behind it was like a traveling healer kind of thing. So we're building with alchemy. We're building with taming. We have cooking, fishing, and we have elementalism magic for the supporting magic, like supportive abilities, and ecumenical for healing, like direct healing. Also, the bonus of using elementalism is that we get to make it snow. Also, we can mess with the weather if we're trying to catch certain fish for fishing that are only available during certain, or are more likely, I guess, to be caught or appear during a certain time. So it's a little bit of everything. We're not quite there, though. There's a lot of skill books and stuff we still need. But we're getting there. All right. I'm going to drop this stuff off. Don't remember where all of it is, so I'm just going to open all 3 bags as normal. Sorex, Labrum. I mean, we caught a decent amount of LTS, which is nice. So we'll have a decent amount of bait for next time. I'll probably put the hooks in here just in case. I don't like carrying them around with me. If I can at all do it. And hopefully also for next time, we'll be able to turn our quest in because we still have our... Oh, someone was asking about that before, actually. Here, look at this. Toxai handout. OG. This is from, yeah, made by Squirrely. There you go. So those are from Squirrely. Yeah, because, like, we finished the Skull Kua one, but we can't turn it in because the guy that isn't there. So I'm going to keep that in my inventory for sure, though. But yeah, hopefully that's fixed for next week. Because that would be awesome. Let's see here. But yeah. Oh, this is not the right one. My brain is slow. Just trying to see. Just want to see something really quick here. Sorry. I'm going to tab out. Oh, okay, that's not it. Well, there's only one person in English right now playing Mortal, and they're running not a stream, technically. So I was gonna raid because I have to head over to my meeting now for work. But there isn't anyone in the English category, unfortunately. That sucks. But alright. I have to head out. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Really appreciate it as always. Thank you for all the information, all the chatting, bringing up all the old MMOs. I love going over stuff like that. But yes, hopefully you all enjoy your weekend. Just for new people, generally I don't stream on the weekends, but I stream every day during the week. I normally have Saturdays off, and then I run a full day of Pathfinder as a DM on Sundays, so I don't really have that day free either. But yeah, Raid Nerd. I know. I trust me. I looked. There's only 3 right now that show up. One of them is, I think, Russian. So English speakers don't really work with that. The second one is doing not a stream. They're kind of just playing, or like have a recording going with an overlay of game developers, please fix all these things in this list. And then there's a third one, but they're doing music development. Let me double check them. Yeah, they're just... Okay, they're not even in there. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's an automated one. Let me see. Yeah, the bots. I did check, trust me. I do like sending a raid when I can. If you guys have anyone else you know that may not be showing up on this or something similar, let me know really quick before I have to jump off, and I'll send you guys that way. I would like to raid where I can, so, because I always appreciate it coming it this way. I'll wait a little bit here while we do that, but as a closing, again, thank you everyone so much for hanging out, being around. Hopefully you have a good weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. But as always, hopefully you guys enjoy your day today, whether it be morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on time zone. So thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.